Make sure everything's working. There we go.
Yeah, she put it on. Okay.
Turn this on. All good? All right.
The mic's muted. All right.
We're ready.
For
So for mine, I'm basically staying the same. I'm going up about $3,500. And I'm probably gonna have to make some changes because I just realized coming into here that the raises or the step increases are gonna go with they're gonna go into the department. Okay,
Yes, sir.
and I didn't take you.
And they are already in this.
Oh, did you put it in
number.
there?
I did. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
And
Well,
that,
yeah,
and that line can't be moved to a different line during
Correct.
the year. Okay.
Correct.
But we haven't decided for sure if we're going to give or allow step increases for this year. Right?
that's COLA.
No,
oh.
That's what I thought it was, the COLA that we
Right,
didn't
but-
know about.
The commissioners court, I think in the past, maybe longer ago past, at times would not allow any step increases. Is that not right? Paula? I don't.
At one time, before they set the deal up with the 50,000 step increases came to the board. When somebody wanted them.
it was really complicated.
It was and it was complicated, but to me, you didn't. I feel like we have abuse in the system that we have right now.
I think we
I don't know how to change it. But years ago, if somebody wanted to give employees a step increase, it was an agenda item. They came to the court and led their case, and that's how it was done. Then when we set the deal up, I mean, I don't know. Some people don't give them, and some people give more than I think that they should.
Right. Because I think that's part of the
Of course,
budget
I don't know that
decisions
that's
we need to make.
necessarily on the judges.
No. I just want to mention that before we finish our discussion of the budget for this year, I definitely want to address how salary increases are given. And either we bring in the policy that's currently in the employee handbook and we change that, which allows up to 3 step increases without any oversight.
Hmm.
But we need to do something because it's gotten out of control in some departments.
Almo wants to weigh in.
So if it's in the budget, how do we know right now for the budget, how many steps?
That's a good question. We don't.
So you don't, like she just said, sometimes you give, sometimes you don't give. So how can it be in what is it in the budget as?
Well, yeah, but
What you
It's-
asked for,
is what you asked for
what you
this
asked
year?
for on your spreadsheet is what was put in there.
But I don't always give. And I didn't put how many steps when I asked, so.
You're not obligated to give, but you just can't give what's not obligated.
But the issue also is, as Commissioner Casterline mentioned, there was a 50,000 pool set aside, which happened when I was the HR director, or maybe still under the treasurer's office. And we traced how many step increases were being given, and we deducted it from that 50,000 pool. And in the end, it never mattered because they just allocated it to the department's budget. And I don't think that's the way we need to do it because it's totally blind to us and to the public who's getting step increases.
Actually, it was never to ever that since I've been treasurer, taken out of the 50,000 because the department as a whole would have attrition. And so it was
Right.
never actually moved from that 50,000 pool.
I'm not understanding what you're saying is in the budget. Okay, I understand that steps that were given last year those are now they weren't in the budget last year, now there will. But we're saying this year, if there are steps budgeted, they're going to be in this year's also.
They are.
Okay.
They
So
are
like if a
calculated.
department head or an elected official said, I'm going to plan to give my staff people a 2-step increase or a 3-step increase, which is becoming very common in some departments.
It is.
That's already been put in these figures and we can't tell.
Correct. That is correct. And when you ask, I can tell you on each department what is calculated in what each department head or
So
elected
are
official
those on the
requested.
list that you gave me, or this is a pass?
No,
That is not on that list.
So I think the department heads need to know that because when we had the first budget hearing, I don't remember anybody besides myself saying I would like to put my employees on the list for a step increase. So if they don't
It
know,
was actually in whenever we first emailed out, I don't, you can hear me over there. When we first emailed everybody's budget worksheets to prepare ahead of the first budget workshops, that's when you did request on everybody's salary spreadsheet tab. So when everybody turned that in, what you listed on that sheet is what I put into the budget.
so it sounds like some may have included their proposed step increases and some did not. Because I think what we're hearing from the treasurer is that she did not.
Most
She
did.
did, yeah.
actually I did, but not everybody knows to do that.
Okay,
Well,
I thought you
We
notified.
did, we
Yeah.
got most, everybody returned requests.
Yes.
So that 50,000 is going away. It's gonna be,
correct.
okay.
And I did take that $50,000 out.
well, perhaps,
Back to what Commissioner Rousseau is saying, we do need to revamp it. We can't get it this year. Revamp the whole pay system and
Mhm.
and I was gonna do some research and see what I could present. But it almost seems like, I came from government service where each step increase was like automatic after a year. It seems like we should do that. It'd be easier to budget. But yeah, I'll
Well, actually, since we're actually working on your department, I don't think this is the time to do it other than if the steps are already in the budget.
then do you think perhaps, I don't know if we're going to have budget hearings tomorrow and we're going to be doing this all through August, but could we get a revised spreadsheet that shows us what's been proposed for 2024? Because just looking at the COLAs that have been given over the last 4 years, 17.5% increase. And then on top of that, we have some people that have seen a 30% increase on top of the 17.5. And I can tell you, I don't know any private businesses that stay in business that give those kind of raises, let alone a government. Maybe the federal government, but look where they are. So we could get that. All right.
Yes, ma'am, I can prepare.
Thank
that
you.
for
And then I apologize to the judge.
no, you're fine. But I mean, unless y'all have any questions, it is what it is.
So we're talking about 401 and what, 409?
409.
Let me see.
I guess the biggest increase we're gonna see, and we know, is our attorney fees. Because of our pending litigation.
Yes.
We didn't do a contingency, so we are paying by the hour.
And is the PIO showing in 409?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what's that salary? About
That
42 or something?
salary, let me- So, the open position that is still in the budget for PIO is set at 36,000. currently, we do have admin assistant is filling in as the PIO as well, is
What is,
also
what is
36.
PIO? Just for
Public
the-
Information Officer,
Okay, just so we know it.
36,900.
36.9,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
about 37.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's an open position. I don't have no plans to fill it. Emily's doing a good job.
Okay,
Do
do you want me to take that out?
I was
We
wondering if
can-
we could
we
just,
could take it out.
Get rid of that position?
We could take it out.
Okay,
good, thank you.
All right, well. Y'all have no other questions?
Just one quick question, as we go through this. Through this month. Like, if we go through this and everybody's pretty much on line with what's in there now. Are we gonna revisit this somewhere this month, or are we gonna go to just start handling the issues that we need to work out? I'm just kind of getting an idea of how that's gonna flow.
Do y'all usually do it? Well, if there are issues, I mean, we'll have to come
Yeah,
back and
right.
revisit it, so it's
Right.
on
I just,
record.
you know, if we go through yours, unless something else comes up that might affect it, I don't see any reason in going through it again. Unless
Okay,
you want to do it one last final time,
I see what you're saying.
but this. If they always go slow in the first couple of days. But then after that, we budget for the whole day in our normal stuff, and I'm not doing that. But we only sometimes come in for 2 hours and we're done. And I don't mind doing that either. I just kind of want to know for time purposes. Are we gonna, whenever we finish something, you're not gonna vote on it till final. But if somebody has something they want to come back to, I don't have a problem doing that. But if nobody has a problem with it, I don't really want to see it again.
Sounds good.
I mean, if it seems to me like that'd be more efficient.
All right,
Okay.
sounds good.
Well, I know, I want to see it after we say we're
Yeah,
gonna make changes
Yeah.
And
before we vote on it.
I may come back next week, say, you know what, I want that position back on. Yeah, so-
Hey, we have the-
We have-
Spoke too quick.
Yes, but I have no plans of filling that position.
so if you look at your screens, I already did take that out and you can see the net effect on that.
I can't even.
Our screen's not on.
Yeah. I'll-
None of them are, don't look. There's a switch.
I tried pushing that. Oh, I pushed the wrong button.
I'm still gonna want to see the final results altogether in time. Sorry.
I had something there. Oh, there it is. Oh, so
That helps. Hopefully it will. There we go. There we go.
We're good.
The angle you wanted on Jack.
So your bottom dollar net effect here is that number. Cutting the non-departmental budget, and then here would be the salary variance.
Perfect.
This.
Going back to the salary structure, since we have time. If there's a structure you like, please share. Yeah,
I don't have one in mind right this minute, but I will.
but yeah, I do see an abuse of our current system. maybe not an abuse, but
I think
there's no equity. There's no equity in.
You know, it's not anything. Like I say, some people go one way and some are all the way to the other, but they don't give it. And some people get the max to everybody. So I don't know, that doesn't seem like the right situation to have. And that's probably got more to do with the policies, whatever policies in the book than anything.
Yeah.
That also brings up something I read from Jim Allison. Last year, I think it was about, once the budget is set, then the department head cannot change the budget. They can switch things around in the budget, but they can't change the bottom line unless Commissioners Court agrees to it. But it also he was cautious, I think, in saying that elected officials are responsible for their department. The Commissioners Court is responsible for funding that department. And, you know, there's some things that are set by law that have to be done in a certain way. But the step increases, you know, we may be getting into the elected officials realm. And I just would like to have that checked, if you don't mind.
Once we put it in the budget,
Yeah.
it's in
but
their
that's
deal,
what-
yeah.
Right, but once it goes in the budget, the department head or the elected
But
official. not the
Jackie said
department
they
head.
can't move it out of that line. I was concerned that I didn't want the department head to be able to move money in the budget, in the
Well, no,
salary
I
line to
don't
a
have
different
problem
line.
with that. I just want to know what the law is on it.
Or from another line into the salary line. To say, we're gonna do this for office supplies, but then pull from office supplies and stick it in. the
Yeah,
salary.
and that's real dangerous to do that, you know, because then you end up really messing everything up. But I just want to know, whenever we're setting things like that, past the approval of the budget, whether or not that gets into the elected official. And it's only elected officials, it's not department heads.
So
We just need to make sure that the
Yeah, what we're
employee
saying is right.
handbook.
Yeah.
Is not giving a carte blanche.
So why don't we set a specific time, sometime in this process to bring out the book,
Yeah,
the regulations or the stuff that says how they're gonna be given out stuff and review it or something.
That's fine.
I
Well, if it's not, does it need to be listed as a agenda item?
mean,
Not
it's
here.
part of
I
the
mean, we're
budget.
called Workshops and
Oh,
everything
okay.
is for discussion,
And I mean, it's part of the budget.
Yeah,
right? And
part
we're
of how
not
the-
making decisions. I mean, we're actually just doing a workshop. right
Yeah, if
now.
we were gonna change that, we would have to
We
bring
would
it in a-
definitely
in a
have to
open
go-
meeting,
Yes, open
you know.
meeting, yes.
schedule meetings.
But we could talk about
talk about it,
possible changes and,
look at it.
okay.
The intention of the step increases, that strictly is somebody's job duties increase or their skill set gets better, is that?
Ideally,
Performance.
that is
for
tied-
primary
it should be tied to
evaluation.
that, right?
should be.
So, but so I could see where maybe where some departments, you have people who are basically, they're in a position where they're pretty much, I'm gonna say that's their craft or their skill set, they can stay in that. I could see where that certain departments, maybe you wouldn't see as many step increases because their duties are staying the same. Is that
I
the
don't
way
know
you
that
understand?
it's that or it's the department head.
Yes.
I'd like to weigh in on this as a elected official. The step increase is the only way we have to really show who's excelling and who's not as far as salaries, because COLAs are across the board. If we go where step increases are across the board, we have no way as elected officials to shine those that are to I guess, recompense those who are excelling and those who are doing enough.
Well, yeah, but the problem that we're talking about is some people automatically give the max. They don't do it like that. I think we all understand that's what it's for and how it should be used, but that's not what happened. And some department heads rarely ever give their employees one, and some give them the maximum to every employee every time. So that's the issue that we're.
I would hate to see it go away.
I don't think we're saying step increases are going away. I think we're going to say they're going to be managed better than they are right now.
I'm okay with that as long as we can continue to reward those who are doing excellent work and maybe not so much those who are doing standard.
I agree with that in part, but I also recognize we're a government entity and taxpayers are the ones who are footing the bill for these salaries. And we have wonderful benefits. And that's a trade-off sometimes in the salary. And there's just also pride in the work that you're doing. I mean, it all plays together. Believe me, with a human resource background, I'm very much in favor of rewarding those who are doing
Right.
well. But I'm also in favor of not continuing to employ those who are not doing well. And that seems to have not been implemented
I
so
have a
much.
question along that thought. Is anyone going above their budgeted salary amounts? And would they have to come back to Commissioners Court to go above their salary budget?
Yes and no, because we've always had the $50,000 set aside for that, which is rarely used because the step increases have always been absorbed in the departmental budgets. And we've never, I mean, it's been very rare that we've even had to use the 50,000 to move over to
But the
cover.
50,000 originally was set to take care of all of the step increases.
Right.
But what ended up happening was if there was excess or leftover in the department budget, the money was taken out of there prior to the 50,000.
Mhm.
If that was gone, I'm assuming that money would come from the 50,000. So the amount was actually much more than 50.
Right.
Yes,
And it just continues to grow every year.
And I agree, I think we should have them, but
Right.
the process that we have had the last few years, I don't think it works the way I would like to see it.
The way I did it coming into office is I was moving people positions, so I started them at a lower rate so that I could then give step increases for those who excelled at their new positions and gave smaller step increases for those who didn't do quite so well. And this allowed me to do that within my department.
Yeah. And that sounds reasonable.
in moving forward, because of this discussion, we have removed all of the extra budgeted steps. So if a tenured employee leaves, we've always left that budget at what that employee left that salary. And new employees come in at a step one with room to grow for that. And it's always been in the departmental budget. But because of our discussion now, we have removed all of
Good.
that and taken every budgeted position to what is exactly paid today.
All right, Madam
Alright.
Clerk.
Which stops us from being able to do what I did if we do that.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, now to my stuff. Do y'all have any questions?
Just your biggest item is your furniture.
Yep.
Those for the shelving and everything
I
anticipated.
did have a conversation with the company that I now have a bid for that shelving. And we can get other bids. That was just the only company we could get in and the time to get this in a budget. He does say that we can cut down probably 2 of those rolling shelving units. The scary thing about that is if they change their manufacturing to the roller or track piece underneath, that it could be a problem trying to retrofit something if they've changed their wheels and stuff.
But didn't you say that the number that you had budgeted was way more than you actually?
It's really not way more. And the reason it's not way more, it's probably 2 shelving units is all. And it's because we do so much less in paper now. There are things that we must keep in paper. DD 214s, we have to keep assumed names for a certain period of time. We have to keep criminal records for 15 years. So with those that we can get rid of, it's just an evolving door for those. But there are things that we can never get rid of that we must keep in paper. Those 2 shelves should give us more than enough room for in perpetuity.
But what I'm getting at is if we won't need them for a long time, why don't we buy them later?
We can, but we also risk the chance of it not fitting into the track system we have.
I mean, are they all in the same? They're not separate.
They change with time, just like everything that gets
That's
manufactured.
not what I'm saying. The cases that you're talking about putting in, the stuff that you're talking about is added into those, or it's just another?
It would be adding into the track system.
Okay.
And that's my only concern with waiting for later on those.
And do the commissioners, do y'all know if there was any, if any of these items were budgeted whenever?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so.
My understanding is no.
I wasn't here, but all I've heard is that none of
It
this
wasn't,
was. I understand your concern about a change in the configuration. But I would still think it might behoove us to buy what we need for the more immediate future. And when we need additional shelving, then see what's available.
I will do what y'all tell me to do.
Do you have a cost if you were to buy what you just needed now?
He has not gotten me, I just met him at the conference roughly a month ago, and he has not gotten back with me with the difference of cost with getting rid of, it's really 4 sides of shelving. So it's 2 units, 4 sides.
So did you ask the person if they were on one of the buy boards, or
I'm sorry, say that again.
if they were on one of the buy boards, that eliminates you having to go out for bids because it's already been bid out?
Actually, this to some degree was bidded out in the co-file. There was about $4,000 of shelving put in there, so that would go into this. So co-file works with this company that I bid out. And there was a
Oh.
piece of it, small piece of
Should
it within
probably
the
check with the
co-file.
auditors and see if they're on,
Yeah.
they're on the bid boards to.
Yeah. And that's how I was able to get them here so quickly.
Do you have a
Okay.
question on the Records Archive Fund? I don't know if anybody wants to ask any more questions about just the county clerk's office. Because I don't want to,
What page is that on?
it's on
77.
77. So under Records Archive fee, 250,000 was budgeted, and year to date, we show nothing. That's kind of a concern, or does it come in at the end of the year?
Year to date is 39,789.
Yeah, but she's talking about them for 2023 for the expenses.
Okay.
We budgeted 250,000 for 2023, so I'm not sure what that was for.
Well, I think it was a lofty goal for $250,000. This fund is completely driven by the records that we receive from the public or other entities. There is a certain amount, depending on what kind of record it is, that goes into this fee. Our housing sales in this county dropped dramatically. That drives the majority of this fund.
Now, do you know what was the expense for 250,000? What were?
That was part of co-file and also Eagle. They were both paid out of that.
So then it's a good thing that we don't have any figure in there right now. But we're anticipating next year, about 61,000. Is that realistic?
Probably. And this is what's going to be paying for that co-file contract that we
Contract,
just
mhm,
renewed.
mhm.
It's going to be paid out of these 2 funds, the 350 and 450. And that $250,000 and our actual revenues currently is above what you see here. This is not the revenues. This is just budget stuff. That is when co-file takes us next set of records, we have to pay them 201. I have it here somewhere.
208.
208,000, $200,000+.
And that will come out of the
The
fund
350 and 450 funds, yes,
And I believe that the Tyler Eagle comes out of 450.
yes.
So what is,
So is that
what
page
is the
97?
balance on this fund right now? Is that what's on here, or what is totally in the fund?
For 350, you're saying?
Yeah, for the records archive fund.
Okay.
It currently has 156,000.
I was trying to do the math in my head.
And of course, 450 is part of that as well.
So 450.
Alma, do you have the current for 450? I didn't write that down, I'm sorry.
156,000.
Which gives us 312, and we've got the 208, and then 39,900 coming out by the end of the year.
I think it's already.
It is, yeah.
It's already been paid.
Was your question answered about?
Well, I think what she said was it's a function of permits and things from the
Okay.
building.
Okay.
All the all land and deed records is a number one driving force of this fund. There are other records that come in that have a fee as well.
I think what Commissioner Rousseau asked earlier is on page 77,
Yes,
on the records archive fee, there's 250 budgeted, but 0 so far paid into it. And does that come later? Or-
Yes.
Okay, it does. Is that where that 208,000?
yes.
Was this part of the ARPA that we allowed for?
This is on top of that.
Oh, really?
Yes, ma'am. When they originally did that, we had $1 million in ARPA funds, and there was.
Notion.
Then there was, they did some additional, like an additional 500,000.
They got to a certain point
Okay.
in the past, they would.
Right. It's done as they pick up and as they finish.
What was Jackie, you're saying?
I was just saying that when we did the ARPA funds, we budgeted $1 million, but they actually went out for a second bid that was like $500,000 of these funds to use to do additional work on top of the ARPA funds.
Yes.
Okay.
This work is very needed, but very expensive.
So the next revision of this we get will show a lower amount for the shelving units.
I'll
Correct.
have to get
Once
that
we
bid,
get
yes.
those figures,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you budget step increases in your salaries?
I have already given them for this
Okay.
year.
What was it for
And
next year?
I will be including one more for the girl I just hired so that if she's excelling, I have that ability to reward her.
But
But
this is
they
for
are
next year.
in the budget. for
They are, okay.
2024.
But we'll get that on our revised
Yes.
worksheet too.
I will put that on there.
Is that it?
That's it. Thank you. 9:30, Ruben. I don't see Ruben.
Maybe he's good.
Colin, do you wanna, you're next. Captain Ruben?
I don't believe Ruben gave you any changes.
No, he did not.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioner.
So do you want to tell us things or do you want us to ask you things?
Do y'all have any questions? I haven't made any changes since the last time y'all looked at this in June. The only changes that we had is we added in potential for step increases. And I put in for at least 2 for my people.
And perhaps you addressed this last time, but I didn't have a note on my page, so I'm going to ask again. Under travel allowance, there's an increase in there of about 50%.
That was adding in Judy.
We added Judy in. My department doesn't have any county vehicles, so my employees use their personal vehicles to go all over the county for servicing. So we added Judy in for her to have a travel allowance.
Then I just want to make a statement for the public. If they compare our county to another county and our budget's a lot higher. In our county, you have everybody's IT budget in your budget.
Correct.
So you carry all the other departments. I've asked, or I've
Right,
heard
and we-
comments about.
We do carry all of the departments in my budget. And it allows for more standardization, and it is, you go 254 counties, and the big counties, they have it all centralized into centralized purchasing, centralized management. A lot of the smaller counties, there are very few smaller counties our size that have actual IT departments. And they are contracting with other counties or outsiders, and they have their budget, you can't predict what their IT fees are. It's very difficult for them to actually tell you what it costs for them to do IT work with the way most of the smaller counties do it, because they don't have a huge IT footprint. They don't have the departmental resources to actually manage an IT department. Coming across my listserv, there's another county that is actually sending, they're trying to form their own IT department right now. And it's one of the northern counties that they're just now forming an IT department. So their budget will probably start looking and growing and changing like ours did when we established an IT department formally, probably 15, 20 years ago. And then the budget started getting more formal, more standardized, and everyone started pulling it into the one department. And that's how you can look at over the history. Other departments' IT budgets dwindled whereas it all started forming into my budget. Now we are trying to work out for things that are specific to departments, because it got a little out of control where I was paying for things that only affected one department. Now, people's software like the Eagle software in the county clerk's office should be reflected in the county clerk's budget. And so those are things that we are making sure are getting back into their budgets for department specific resources and software packages and IT stuff that is only going to affect that one department, and making sure it's back.
Alan, you know how you're always telling us to say, get closer to the mic.
Yes.
I catch you.
Call me out too. I am bad about it. That was something I was told all the time. I'm bad about talking into a microphone, so I apologize for that. But that is something we are trying to make sure so that my budget is more countywide IT only, and then departmental specific needs are in their departments. And that'll help kind of, and so that brought my numbers down for what you see here. We pushed a lot of that into their departments.
I remember last time we had the budget hearings, you have some systems that are, what do you call it, redundant, where you have backups,
Correct.
and we had questioned about that. Didn't something just recently happen where
We,
the primary was out and you had to go to the backup? And
we did, and we actually had a little bit of a perfect storm is that we have two backup connections on two different types of AT&T services and one on Spectrum. Both of those AT&T services were affected and having issues, and we actually would have been down all day had we not had another backup connection, and that would have been countywide phones and everything.
So, and several months ago or during last year, Spectrum had the deal that lasted for several days.
That was.
Did you have
weeks.
that, did that affect?
That affected road and bridge, environmental health, and agriculture and fleet maintenance and stormwater. Those departments were down. Now we have a backup connection to those locations. We still have the Spectrum connection for those locations as well. But again, we've never recommended removing a backup solution, because when we need it, we need it. And it's an insurance policy. We just because we don't like paying insurance premiums, it's one of those you kind of have to have them.
all right, I appreciate it. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thanks, Colin. Judge.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, Judge.
This is your first look at my budget. I was out of town the first time, so there's not anything particularly dramatic in here. The bottom line to it is about $15,000 less than the last year's budget. And that primarily comes out of indigent defense expenses for lawyers, which is always just a real grab bag guess. We're mandated by the state to pay it, so it's not like we have a lot of choice, but it's always just a guess as to what the caseload is going to be. We've been all along for the last couple of years, like a lot of departments, trying to deal with the expected comeback from the COVID downturn. And now we're seeing it. Our budget last year was probably a little higher than needed, but we were expecting the COVID comeback last year, and now it's happened. And glad to see it. The county attorney's office case filings were up significantly from the year before, so they're making headway. Again, the indigent attorney defense costs it's a guess, but we just try to base on what we've seen over the last couple of years and take our best shot at it. I guess interesting part about my department is, I came to you earlier for approval of a change in the jurisdiction of the court, and I have to give kudos to our Senator Colhurst and Rep. Todd Hunter. They did what they always do, which is responded and took care of business and got that passed. So effective September 1 on civil cases, I'll have the same jurisdiction as our district court cases. And the reason for doing that is in years past, we've looked at adding a district judge to focus on Aransas County cases because of the difficulty of moving them along on a timely basis. But our population just can't justify or intrigue, let's say, the legislature to spend the money, because district judges do require state expenditures. So hopefully we're going to take some of the heat off of the district judges. We already have the same system on family law cases, concurrent jurisdiction between family law on family law cases between my court and the district judges. We haven't budgeted anything particularly into this budget for that expansion of work. I don't anticipate significant increase in cost until the following year. And again, if we take 25 cases off their workload, then I think we'll just be able to absorb it. If it's 125, well, maybe not. We'll just have to wait and see how that turns out. But I think it's a good move for the benefit of Aransas County citizens. And
So, Judge, will you be able to pick the cases, or is that left to the attorneys as to which court they file it in?
it is up to the attorneys, and we do the same thing on family law cases now. When they come in to file their case, they'll have a choice. And that's one reason I don't particularly think we'll have a huge increase in
You know, the ones
expense.
that don't like you.
Well, that changes from case to case, It also depends on, whether or not they like the district judges, but it'll take them time to get used to having that choice and word to get around. But obviously, we don't have the industrial base here that results in significant numbers of big district court civil cases. So it's not like we're going to see 300 new cases. I don't think that's going to happen. Those kind of cases are more time intense. There are a lot more discovery battles that tend to occur, and court appearances and the trials tend to be longer. So I don't think we'll get into that trial level until sometime next year, and we'll have a better predictability then. What
I
can
just
tell you?
remember when you came and you asked if we would consider adding
Right.
the possibility that those cases could be heard in your court rather than the district court. One of my concerns was if that was going to impact your budget and your staffing needs. And my recall is that you said you did not see that happening.
And I don't.
Okay, that's good.
I'm hedging a little bit. If we get a tidal wave of cases that I don't expect, then yes. Then I would have to come back and say, I guessed wrong. But at this point in time, I think a reasonable guesstimate is that we will not need extra.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bam.
I was gonna ask with a bit of forgiveness, because we're like 15 minutes before and I have to use the restroom. Can we go to like a
Can
five
we
minute,
take a break?
like a 5 minute, please?
Recess.
Do we need to?
Do we need to vote on that or can I call it?
maybe just-
You could just-
Okay, 5 minute break.
So I call that.
Oh, sure.
City.
Oh my God, my knee.
I think she said she was
Oop, what's that?
Should we go into Judge?
1780.
I think so.
Okay.
It's 9:53. We'll back in open session. Thank you for that break. Judge Dupnick?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, and let's check it out.
Have you started using the new county? Was it Wharton County or someone we were going to start doing inquests?
I have not.
Okay, so I'll ask Judge McGinnis at the time. Okay.
Fort Bend, yeah.
Fort Bend, okay.
She's having a lot more than me.
I have no questions. Do you have anything you want to tell
I don't
us?
have any questions. Any wish list? Okay. All right.
Good to go.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Mhm. Judge McGinnis, if you're ready.
He's all.
Morning.
Morning, Judge.
Any questions on my budget? I didn't ask for much.
Well, I saw that the inquests were going down, and that's probably a factor of we're thinking we're going to use the county that will be more expedient, less expensive.
I'm not sure why they put it down at 40,000. I'm hoping, yes.
Do you think that's a realistic number? And this would be a time to talk about it.
We're at 88,000 right now.
We're at 88,000. I can't predict. I don't know.
Right.
I
Would you
honestly,
like to increase that? Do you think that we should?
So Judge, what are the causes of deaths on the ones that you're doing?
lately it's been anything and everything from homicides to, could have been natural causes. I've had drownings. I've had,
I know it seems like since Harvey, we've had a lot more suicides than we've had. in the
I've
past.
had a lot of suicides.
I don't know if they're all listed like that, but
No. I'm
You know-
not gonna say one or the other. Right now, it's been a variety of everything that's hit.
This year to date is over twice as much as all of 2022 was, so.
Oh, yeah, but
there's
I'm
no-
gonna,
there's
I'm
no-
gonna probably say that maybe 40,000 of it should have been for last year because of the delays
Oh,
on trying to get the autopsy reports back in the billing.
That was just what I was gonna say.
Okay,
There was
so
a lot of.
that
it
explains
was-
why there's such a big jump
There's a
this year.
big jump.
Okay,
they actually did the audit, the autopsies the previous year, but
The autopsies were taken anywhere from 6 months to a year to get back.
have you sent any to Fort Bend County?
Oh, yes, I've already probably sent maybe 6
What's the
in the last month.
what's the time frame on them?
I've been getting the reports back pretty quickly. The billing, I don't think I've been billed
We
yet.
have not been billed for one yet.
So I've already done maybe 5 or 6 autopsies and I haven't received one bill from them yet.
Okay.
So I don't know what the delay is gonna be on that
Maybe
one.
they got the wrong address.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it'll catch up with us.
Do we ever reach out after a certain period of time to say, where are the invoices?
No.
That would have to come from their office because we don't know when they send them in.
No, same thing with the medical examiner's offices in Oasis County. It's just a delay on who's doing the billing as to when we receive it. Cause I still have a lot outstanding for Oasis County before I switched over.
So maybe leaving 40,000 is realistic. Well, I have a question on Fund 670, if nobody else has any more questions on that. It's on page 128. So last time we talked about this, and this might be a function of the auditor's office more than you, I'm not sure. But I think that the school district had paid a portion, it went into the wrong line item, like maybe Rockport or something. But still, we're more than 50% through this year. Fulton has paid about 30% of its contribution, and the school district has paid about, not quite 20% of its. Do we contact those entities and say, where are your contributions on this?
The treasurer's office is actually doing the invoices. I'm not sure if she's got anything outstanding or not.
Actually, they're all paid through second quarter, which would be through June.
They're just maybe not reflected on this page.
No,
I
they are
don't know.
reflected on this page. The
Because for the
year-to-date
school
is-
district, I'm just showing 18%, not 50% of that amount. The only one that shows there at about 50% is the city of Rockport. Right?
I don't know what's on the sheet that you have.
They normally pay their, but at the end of the year, they've normally paid their contribution. Is that correct? The school district?
No, they pay quarterly.
I mean-
They're billed quarterly.
At the end of the year, they will, every year they do pay up 100% by the end of the year. Is that correct?
Right.
These are actually billed by actuals, not this number right here. So it's what the actual expense was per quarter. So,
So they don't allocate a certain amount like. we
they
do.
allocate in their budget a certain amount, but we bill actuals. So we go, the treasurer uses the actual salary or expense sheet to allocate the expenses to each entity.
Because it's an up to, not.
Okay, so
full
these are not guaranteed amounts. Is that
Right,
what I'm hearing?
right.
So they could come in a
They
lot
could
less than this.
come in lower. It's just like our fines that go in there, because our fees and fines that go in there, it's based on what we collect. And so, I mean, it could go up to that amount, but it may, if the fines are less, then it's going to be less that's collected. This
So,
is just what we anticipate.
okay. So if we don't have the services that we're providing them enough to come up with these amounts, they're not going to pay them. But we still have the expenses that are allocated in the case manager's department. Is that correct? Those don't rise or fall based on the number of cases they're seeing.
No. But they're paying a percentage of that expense, no matter what the expense is. It doesn't matter if it's strictly for the city or strictly for the school. It's based on the actual department expenses.
It's not a case by case, it's a.
No, it's not a case by case. It is based on the department's expenses. And their actual expenses.
So it could be more than the projected amount.
But they will only pay up
Oh,
to
okay, so
that
there's-
percentage,
okay.
and then the rest of it, the county would have to cover.
Thank you.
All right, I have no questions. Thank you, Judge. Pam and Amanda are both in court.
And Kevin is not here. He's at.
All week?
Oh,
So that leaves Jackie.
I have no changes. I have not made any changes. If y'all have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. This, I will remind you, this does include the 5% that the district judges asked that we put in for our step increases, which is 2 steps.
Those aren't always awarded though, right? They need to be earned.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have a question about the auditor's budget, but I do have a question about something else that you can maybe help. I don't know that anybody else is going to address it. So on 114, the long-term recovery fund, I remember there was a negative balance in that account for a few years, and we were going to clear it out.
Yes, ma'am, we did.
But now we're still showing another amount in there. How can we get that thing to zero?
It is zero. We just need to update that spreadsheet. The year-to-date total, if you look at page 114, that year-to-date total of 652,394 should be carried over to the projected, and when you do that, it will zero it out.
Okay, so that amount.
So why would we even have that in the budget anymore?
Because it was in the budget, we have to carry them by statute. We're supposed to carry it for like 3 years till it's all zeroed out, and then we can take it out.
Okay. And then there was one more. On page 360. Is that right? You don't even have a 360.
Must be Fund 360 maybe.
There was the, maybe Fund 360. It's the long interest on the LTR.
Oh,
Okay.
on which LTR? I bought 3 of them.
Fund
Is there a
360.
Fund
I
360?
guess page 164. Is that where you're at?
See,
Page 164,
maybe.
What fund is it?
360.
That is the 2016 LTRs.
What page did you say?
164,
And
54.
164.
Yes, there's my note. When we talked about this last time, I think you were going to check with Alma about the interest projection, because I was saying I thought that interest was a little low. I know you said that we were paying some things down, and so that might be one reason we wouldn't get so much interest.
we'll review that one. I don't know.
Which fund are we talking about?
360, the LTR for 2016.
It was projected, you're thinking it's projected low?
Well, year to date, it's 3,300, and next year it's being projected at 1,000. So I wondered, because you've been doing a great job on getting interest.
But we will have 2 payments come out, well, 3 payments come out.
Right. I mean, it's because the payments,
Principal.
the percentage is going down. I mean,
That's
this
in-
is just what she has invested on it. And as we are using the funds and collections and stuff, we just don't anticipate having as much in there.
Okay. Thank you.
While we're talking debt service, the LTR 2012s, 24, the February payment is the last payment we will have in that one. It will be totally paid off. That's one that the city contributes to the payment. We are also going to try to use up all of our reserves.
What was it
For
for?
that.
What was that one?
That one was for a public safety center as well as some other things that we did, but the majority, I believe, was when they built the public safety center. That's why the city was paying a portion of it. But that one will be paid off in February.
All right. Any other questions for the auditor? All right, well, we don't have a human resource director.
Did you want to go over that one?
All right. Let's get Anna so she could get to work. Good morning, Miss Marshall.
Good morning. I haven't changed anything since the last one.
See, page 26. I mentioned this the last time, and I'm sure you haven't received anything from the appraisal district yet, but when I went to their meeting in May, some of the people on the board think that the budget has already been approved, but it shows that our amount that will be due to the appraisal district is about 70,000 higher than that 300,000.
Yeah, they don't ever send it to me. That number is sent, I believe, straight to Jackie, isn't it? And they haven't received.
We haven't
anything.
received it.
I
yet
will
as far as
send an
I know.
email to Mike today
You're talking
and
about for the appraisal.
Yes.
Right, but it's
We-
under her.
it's just always on my
It's on
section.
page 26 down at the very
very
bottom.
bottom.
I mean, it's just a 70,000 increase. I think we need to anticipate something.
Yeah, I'll reach out to him today and see if they can get those numbers to the
Okay.
auditor.
Thank you.
No problem.
They haven't voted to approve yet, have they?
Well,
I believe so. I
Okay.
was not,
Very good.
they scheduled that when I was at conference, so I wasn't there to see. And I'm not a voting member, so I
Right.
kind of quiet.
Mike wasn't at that meeting, but the ones who were there believe that they voted.
It should have.
So how close are you to have having the calculations or sort of have you already?
I don't believe this is part of my discussion today, sir.
Oh, okay.
I'm working on them. We're real close. We're real close. I did work over the weekend to get preliminaries done for you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't have any questions.
I go with them.
Yeah. Madam Treasurer,
Do y'all mind if I stay over here?
yeah,
Don't mind.
Nobody can see you.
I got too many papers.
Which one are we starting on first?
On the treasurer's department, I have no changes since the last time unless you have any questions on that one.
No.
no,
Okay, or on the
63.
assistance department, which is where the salaries are paid.
Which page is that on?
63.
Well, that's hotel motel.
Oh.
So I don't know. Are we gonna talk?
What page are we going to?
Assistance is 142.
142.
42.
And that is the department that pays for the employees in the indigent healthcare.
Thanks. Okay.
No questions on that?
I actually have something on the indigent fund, maybe.
Okay,
Did you have
And-
anything you wanted to tell us about the assistance or no?
no, just if you had any questions.
So is indigent 112 maybe?
Yes, ma'am.
Keep in mind on that fund, we don't have the, until I get the tax levies, can I determine the 8% of the tax levy that goes into the indigent healthcare, which is budgeted amongst the different medical services.
Okay.
So right now it just has what we budgeted
Making sure.
last year.
All right. My question was just to keep in mind, since we increased from the 21% to the 50%, are you going to adjust any of these figures? Or do you
No,
adjust them once
because-
you get that allocation that's going to be the transfer?
Once I get the allocation of how much the 8% is that goes in, then I allocate it just through history statistics, each different
Okay.
type of service that I cannot increase. it won't go into the higher percent will not increase how much money is coming in. It'll just increase how much we actually spend.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
I think so. It has to be a wash. This department has to be a wash. Essentially.
Right. On healthcare sales tax, let me see how many. Jackie gets the request for the expenditures, but as far as the revenue, I gave a couple of you up there the collections. And so right now we have budgeted 2,575,000. I don't think that, actually, my estimated guess at a 7% increase is less than that, so I'm not quite sure what we want to budget on the revenues.
What page are you on, Alma?
119.
119?
119. So what I normally look at is what we've collected through the year, and then for the following months throughout last year, if you add that together, if we got everything that we collected last year for these months times 7%, I'm coming up with 2,490,000, and we have in here 2,575,000.
So this might be a little overstatement of what you think. might come-
Right, and so we do the healthcare sales tax on the same ratio that they figure, the auditors figure for the regular general county sales tax. Which right now we're year to date 1.4% on general sales tax. 0.92% on healthcare sales tax year to date. I don't know whether to say we're overstating it or not.
So just to be clear, the amount you give to the different like AC, MSI, the ambulance service, that's a percentage.
No, none of those are on a percentage. I think we get requests.
Okay.
Am I correct, Jackie?
Yeah,
For most of them?
yes.
Ambulance services for 100,000 more.
We have not gotten that. I know they have asked for, I know Jen is working on new agreements with
Okay.
those, so. Until we get the agreement, we're just paying based on our last agreement.
Because I was going to ask a question about that too. If that allocation or that line item is based on the number of calls that are coming in from county residents.
They're actually working on getting the agreement to align like that. At this point, it's not the way that it's been paid. We had an agreement for a flat amount, and that is the agreement we're working on. We're working under right now. They are working to change that. Yes, ma'am.
They being Jen and the
Jen
ambulance
and
department?
there's a committee, yes.
There's a committee.
I say committee, it's not really a committee. They're the representatives, the city, the ambulance, everybody's working together to get those agreements updated.
So reps from the entities that are
Yes,
paying
ma'am.
into it.
So is the ambulance service, are they asking for an increase or we're just in the process? of
We're in the
negotiating
process of
contract?
negotiating. I haven't seen anything different.
I haven't seen a request.
I haven't seen and I don't, you haven't received a request.
No, we have
It's
not.
still just in the gathering information and working up the details of it, as far as I can tell.
Any increase will be based on the increased number of calls they've been getting.
Yes.
Well, probably inflation too. They're expensive and stuff too, probably.
Fuel.
Right.
And I believe, there are talks of adding another ambulance
Ambulance.
over here.
Yeah. In the past, they contemplated at one time, they talked about having one in Lamar
Mhm.
that the fire department would actually let them out in there and
All right. Do we have any other questions for Alma?
Do we want to go over the hotel motel and the venue
Oh,
tax?
yes, please.
Or save it for another time?
I have one quick question before we leave that.
Okay,
We transfer to the general fund. And what is that transfer used for?
one part of it is for the jail nurses. The rest is,
Or what?
For the what?
Jail nurse.
Jail nurses.
Mhm.
Okay.
Medical for some of the jail. There's
oh, yes, yes, yes.
anything that's not covered under indigent for the medical on the jail, we do transfer to the general fund to cover those expenses out of the healthcare sales tax.
If they don't need the money that's transferred in anticipation of that, does it come back to the general fund or does it come back to the healthcare sales tax?
No,
We base that on actual expenses, not on a need. It's based on their actual salaries for the nurses.
Okay, for the nurses, but I
For
think you were
medical,
saying
like-
for the people that are in the jail and indigent doesn't cover it. This covers some of the services then.
It's,
Right,
but it's actual.
right, it's actual. So the jail's budget actually pays for it. It has a line item. And then I turn around and reimburse what they spend from the healthcare sales tax.
So we don't pay for it. She
You-
does it by actual expense.
Reimburse it to. the general
Reimburse
fund
by
or to the-
action. We are reimburse it to the general fund from healthcare sales tax, but only on actual expenses. There's not based on if we don't use all the budget, we don't use all the budget. I mean, we budget, anticipate what it's gonna be, but
So for this year, showing so far 66,000, we might anticipate we're not going to go to the 329,000 that was allocated.
Probably not.
So that will stay in the healthcare sales tax fund.
Right.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. That's good to know. Thank you.
And so we wish to go through the hotel motel and the venue at this time?
Sure.
What page are,
So on the collections,
It's on a page, it's the handouts, right?
that's the handout here that we received. What do you do with that page?
right, that's
What you do with it?
the hotel occupancy collections
For both of us.
are up 17% year to date.
Tell me what page you're on.
There's no page.
63. Okay,
We budgeted 800,000. That's probably putting it pretty close, if not overstating it. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
So
But there
Jackie, when
again-
when would you plug in the 2024? Where
Well,
does that come up in?
right now, Tana already has the 2024 anticipated of the 800,000 plugged in. There again, we will not, if the money's not there, it's not all expense because a lot of our distribution is based on actuals.
But I'm saying, but when are we gonna look at their requests from the different entities on next year's?
Everything that we have is already in the worksheets, Commissioner.
So whenever they come up and present their
Oh,
request,
Well, Tracy reached out and nobody responded wanting to
come in.
meet and come in.
we,
But on this page that came maybe in this notebook, I have way too many pages up here, but it said proposed budget items since the June 12-13 workshop. Then down there where it says hotel motel tax funds, you did break out some of the things for us.
Yes,
Okay.
we did get a lot of requests and they all came in more, of course, than what.
Well, so let's say, when are we gonna talk about that? Did you just plug those numbers?
I did not plug them into the spreadsheet because those are calculated at the 4% or the 10%.
But are we gonna do that at some other time? Or are we gonna do that
we
right?
can do it right now. I mean, It's when we're talking about hotel motel, we can talk about it right now. Unless you're wanting people to come in because we had no response for anybody to come in.
So it looks like then the Center for the Arts is asking for more than the 4%.
They're asking for 100% increase over what they received. The Cultural Arts District is.
Yes, they did also last year, but was not awarded that. They were only given the 10. The Rockport Center for the Arts, they're asking for $8,000 for the on top
Convention
of the
center.
4%.
Which is what we gave them
get a
last
sheet
year.
with
That's what we gave them last year.
Everybody's on there.
Yes, I can do that.
I think we ought to sit down at one time and go through everybody's.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know that we need to.
We're
do it
scheduled for tomorrow. We can have it ready for you tomorrow.
I thought we vote on it each one,
No,
no?
right-
well, we normally have
Like
just
we're doing that,
done
make
what was
changes
in the budget.
Oh,
At the end.
Okay, so what are we going to have tomorrow morning? I'm sorry.
A
I can-
list of all the requests.
All right. And I,
This afternoon.
well, I'll save it. I'll say it tomorrow.
but as far as Alma,
Okay.
we are up on hot collections to date.
To date, it's at, and puts it, this month's collection is 17% up. In the months coming, if you can see, last year, what we collected in August was pretty hefty, so I hope it turns.
Mhm.
From the number of people in the grocery
I
store,
know.
I think we should have more collections.
Want to hit sales tax?
Pardon?
Sales tax?
I think we already went over the
Did you?
sales tax.
Alright.
Well, when we went over the healthcare sales tax,
Yeah.
Oh.
we kind of do that on the same percentage basis because they're both collected the same way.
Okay.
And then the venue, what do we got for expenses for that?
Is it 66?
Oh, I guess the biggest,
69.
the biggest increase on that is
Oh.
for hotel, motel and venue. I put it in the venues budget. I don't know which way it goes, but it's for some type of collection in web payment. I've got to find something. It's gonna cost a lot more than 20,000, but that's what I put in there.
Are we looking at page 69?
66. Venue tax.
Okay. Now say again what you said.
So I put $20,000 in the miscellaneous line. That is for collection software / website, online payment, whatever.
Okay,
I've been trying to work on.
Mhm.
It's gonna cost probably more than that, but
It is.
that's what I put in there, and then it could be shared by the hotel motel.
so it's an expense. Sorry, on 67, it was shown as a revenue, but you're talking about an expense. All right, because I had a question. I thought maybe that was to replace the stairs at the Aquarium Education Center, but it's not.
Oh, that's venue projects.
Okay,
This venue tax, 290. Fund 290. There again, on the revenue, what we've got budgeted 785. I think that's conservative. Right now, I'm looking at a 5% of 797, so we probably should leave it at the 785.
but the miscellaneous that you have under service charge, you think will be a cost for website collection of fees,
Collection software. Mhm.
So,
of software? Okay.
have you done any further evaluations of the group that the city's using?
They don't use them anymore.
They don't.
No, I had a sense when they tried to get me into it that would happen. So now they're using a different one, which I think it's one of the ones that I have talked to and then I'm considering. I think it's an OpenGov. What's the name of it, Colin? OpenGov or GovOS? GovOS. There's several people out there that promise me the world, but I'm always skeptical that I'm doing the same thing they're doing for free. So, but I do need to get there.
So had you talked at one time, the possibility about getting an interlocal where you did the cities too? Or was that?
If they're willing to talk to me, every time that I brought it up to the person that was the finance director at the time, Miss Katie, it was a positive no. I think I could help Fulton. Since they are small and they have fewer properties, I'd be willing to do that because I'm doing most of the process anyway. So what would it be different if they just paid us for all and I cut them a check? If they were interested, I'm interested.
And they have that new finance director, I think Robbie Soro, is that his name?
I don't even know. I've never met him. So,
He might be willing to take a new look.
but if I had a proper software for collection and online payment and it would go a lot smoother, it wouldn't be any more work really for me to collect theirs also. Instead of collecting just the 2%, I would be collecting the whole 9% and then just paying them their part. So it wouldn't be any more work. If they were interested. Any other questions?
No, thanks.
Right. Speller. Good morning.
So we have kept everything basically the same, not asking for anything in addition to, other than I request the ability to give staff after review a 1 to 2 step in next year's budget.
And that's in there
That is it.
already? Or-
I don't know if you heard the discussion when we first started, but
Yeah.
we're seriously looking at addressing how the employee manual is written. I mean, that's fine to put it in there, but things may change. Just to give you a heads up.
Sure.
So in your salary, regular full-time employees, you added at least one staff person, right?
I'm sorry,
You added one staff person, right? Because we got rid of all the contracts. And we have a landscape person. So that full
that's
salary
in
is
in
reflected.
pathways.
Okay. Oh, so that's not in facilities maintenance?
It is in facilities maintenance and we are charging it to venue. So even a part of Renee's salary, 20% is going to Pathways. This employee.
To pay for the employee.
Correct. Home department is facilities, but we are charging the majority of the salary to Pathways.
And where does that reimbursement get recognized on this sheet?
It would be in the year to date. It is not going to be recorded as a proposed because it is charged as it's worked on the timesheet.
So like when we work for different departments, like Road and Bridge, we charge for my staff's time at that location. That's pretty much how this is going to work as
Yes.
well.
And
Which is
so when
more
they,
accurate,
when they're out working on Pathways and then it's billed to that
that line item.
line item, when it's reimbursed, is it an offset against the salary line item?
It is an offset against that.
Okay,
So shouldn't you have another column in there that's basically like an income line?
yeah.
Where it's easier to understand that, other than you just credit or add to the salary line. You know, if somebody looks through it, they don't really have a clue what's going on. If you had another line that was basically like an income line from all of the reimbursements or a reimbursement line from the departments that paid, to me, it would be,
Clean it.
if it was put in there right, it would be easier for us to understand.
It's,
Other than just the numbers on that line changing.
I
From-
can work on that.
it's on your monthly report, but basically when you send out, Susan sends out a monthly report, it's on there in a little different fashion, but it would make sense to have it here to see what actual cost is. And pretty much 100% of your department's cost is going to different areas, right? I mean, when you look at your labor,
Not all of it.
well, I mean, but a big percentage of your labor for all your people, you're working for different groups. So all your salary pretty much gets spread out throughout the,
I would say 25%,
Mhm.
30% of it goes to other
We
departments.
do
but
charge
majority is
road and
county.
bridge, airport, and the sheriff's or
Public Safety
Public
Center,
Safety
City
Center.
Rockport.
It would be nice to have something
Right.
in there. So through the year when we're looking at, we can get a realization of where it's coming and going from.
it almost has to be an addendum or something like that, another page completely just to show that breakdown, right?
yeah, I would have to do it as a separate. I'll work on that.
Okay,
Um,
I don't know
it's
that we care
for-
which department it's coming from, do we? Just to show how
Man
the
hours.
salary is being reduced would be good.
Okay, okay.
I mean, unless
Well,
you want to see it by
it-
department.
It might be a good idea to, I mean, as the year goes on, you could see the time that she's spending
Okay.
in the different places.
Yeah.
It just, when you're just adding or subtracting from that salary line, to me,
Okay,
it's kind of a black hole that you don't really know what's going on.
there's so many moving parts.
That's all,
Yeah.
that's all recorded and done by timesheet. It's not something that.
I
we
realize that.
fill out.
I don't want to read all the time sheets.
Right.
Yeah.
I understand.
You
So-
don't.
So like when the airport comes, there should be a line item saying that they're gonna pay her
Okay,
for labor.
But
Right.
as
Unless
far
So
there's-
as,
we do some of the maintenance there when Mike gives us a ring, and so we charge man hours only unless we have to purchase something.
Some of yours isn't that, it's not necessarily predicted because it depends what kind of issues they have, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So, which is. You could ask for a budget number, but depending on what happens that year, that your budget number comes in very, very low, or the next year could be very, very high. So we work very hard to try to keep those numbers at low cost to the county.
That would be a good report for maybe the second meeting of each month. Just in the financials that we get, so we can kind of see where your folks have been for the previous month. I think that'd be good as a supplement.
We've actually wanted to do that since 2017, but we've been working, as everybody knows, on Harvey
Oh, yeah.
related repairs. So it's hard to get a true number of what we were spending because there are different costs and different line items for the last 5 or 6 years. So
We're really going into the first budget back to normal this
Right.
time. So, we looked at whenever this came up, we were told at one time that, don't look for the next 3 or 4 budgets to,
Right.
To be exemplary of what we need going further. So we're just trying to look at this, but that's be an easy supplement. You have a line item in your thing is, in-house charges or some, some sort of nomenclature that would tell us that was where your time went, that you're charging to other departments.
we can work on that together.
I think-
Yeah,
But I think that'd be a good supplement to any monthly budget or any monthly report.
we actually did a small change to that in the detention centers
Mhm.
budget to separate the jail's maintenance needs and our maintenance needs that we entail. So there's 2 different line items now, so.
And just for the record, the biggest expense is insurance premiums.
Any other questions?
Not on that. Do you talk about parks?
We're going there now.
So nothing's really changed on pathways, sites.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait, on number 46,
Parks.
parks,
Oh, parks.
and then we can go to pathways.
Yes.
So I had a couple of inquiries made of constituents. One was on Howard Murph Park. And maybe some of this applies to expenses for Howard Murph Park?
Maintained by the NAB district.
Yeah,
Oh, it is?
yeah, that's not. That's not.
That's
ours.
not our part? Oh,
It's
The only,
a-
the only.
It is, but they maintain.
Some of, we have sites like Howard Murph Park, the kayak site that's on the end of Rattlesnake Point Road. My interpretation, at one time you had citizens all across the county that complained about navigation district tax. They didn't use anything, they own land. They said, why do we pay it? The maintenance of those places to me are done. You notice both of them have a big sign provided by the navigation guide. What's to satisfy those complaints? That's my personal opinion. And it's been done for quite a few years.
Okay.
At one time,
I'm
they
not gone
talked,
to that
at
part.
one time, they talked about, you know, they were mad at us about not giving them hot funds. And so they said, well, we'll just start charging you for those. My response is fine. I don't.
I mean, because the question's all, and I've never been to Howard Murph Park, so, sorry.
The only parks that we have in the parks budget is Lewis and Tiger Field. That's it.
Okay. So AC&D maintains Howard Murph Park.
Or
So,
Murph Park and the kayak launch at the end of Rattlesnake Point Road. Which are probably involved, I guess.
Yeah.
The road is the line,
yeah, we all kind of share that area.
and actually, I noticed that people have pulled out the boat before they can launch boats there.
So another question then on the swimming pool. We have maintained a very small portion of the cost of running that pool for several years. And I know a couple of years ago, I proposed an increase and Commissioner Laubach was on the pool commission and she wasn't in favor of it. She can speak today if she likes. But I would just like to put it out there that perhaps we could increase what we do, because I think the swimming pool is very critical to our community. Do you sit on that board, or does someone here
I
on
do not sit on.
court sit on that board?
Sounds like you're volunteering.
Can you do it on mic, please? Well, you're probably going to be opposed to any increase.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like you're volunteering.
Well, I won't say that I'm opposed to any increase. I just think the thing to consider is, I think one of the problems with the pool is we're having a trouble wrapping their arms around, should it be completely publicly funded? Or should it be somewhat funded by user fees? And I'd like to see more attention to that trade-off. But the pool's a really valuable asset and supporting it would be very popular. And it's a great thing for the community.
Yes, it is.
I just think they could use help thinking about user fees.
They have actually come to us in the past, one as much as $100,000 or more.
Yeah, you know that right now the city of Rockport just kind of eats the very considerable shortfall.
Yeah, over 400,000, I
It's a
told.
lot. And I
know.
can see why they want more.
I mean, I know stuff can change for every year, but when they came years ago for a larger amount, we did some research and Judge Adams was the judge at that time and he told me, he said, we told them that our contributions were just going to be the one-time contributions when it was built, that the county never had any intentions to annually funding.
Yeah, I never,
That changes.
I never felt any, nobody ever convinced me that we had an obligation to do it. The question really is, would the community like it? Is that what the taxpayers want? I would just say combine it with a little more attention to, isn't there really some way to think realistically about user fees being a little higher? Because it is one of those things where a pool is a great thing, but it's not unfair to expect the people who use it to cover a bigger cost than the community at large.
Yeah, I had suggested to them a couple times over the years that at one time they had swim teams, when the school was involved, they had
Right.
meets there, so swim teams came from out of town. And I told them, I said, if you do something like that, that justifies hot funds.
Sure. And for some reason that.
But they don't want to do it, presumably because they have groups that swim there that want to be able to use the pool when they want to.
I didn't sense from the meetings that they didn't want to do it. I thought the school didn't want to
The
do it anymore.
school
It's-
pulled
School
out.
dropped out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
School
just
dropped out,
dropped
but-
out because they didn't want to
If the
spend the
school
money.
were
They had
interested in doing it again-
AstroTurf on their
But
mind.
the,
Right. If the school wanted it to do it again, I'm not sure that the pool would fight you. I just don't know if
Yeah.
that's an option.
but I'm just saying the pool could do things like that on their own. I think if they would institute things that brought people from out of town, then it becomes a possibility for hot. Pot.
I found them very flexible in their thinking about how to attract people. The one place I never really got a lot of response was this concept of thinking through whether it should be funded by people who use it
Yeah.
or by the public. And you really have to think harder about it than just saying the users would rather not pay more. I'm sure they would, but that's not the only thing you consider. And as long as that gets some attention, people love the pool. They want the pool to be funded.
And I think a lot of winter Texans use the pool too. I used to go there for exercise myself before I was on Commissioner's Court. And I can tell you that it went up substantially when the winter Texans were here. And for holidays, it would go up because not everybody likes to go to the beach. Some people want to go to a pool
Right.
and there are lifeguards. And I think we have a tremendous pool. I mean, our lifeguards have saved several people's lives over the last several years.
I would submit then that the judge probably needs to appoint Commissioner Russo.
Mhm. Well, I might like to propose, especially if I'm going to get on another committee,
The
that
pool-
we increase the allocation this year to 40,000 for the Rockport swimming pool.
But you don't-
And the pool, they do have events like doggy dunk or something like that. And that brings people, because I worked with a guy in Corpus and he would bring his dog from Corpus to Rockport to attend that.
I'd say I've mentioned it over the years a number of times that if they would structure events that we could use
Yeah.
hot funds, because does this money come from the general fund?
Yes, sir.
No, we tried several years to get it on the hot fund, but we just couldn't make it ever work.
Did you put that change?
I did not. Would you like me to?
I would like you to.
Yeah.
I'm one person.
I don't have a problem. I get people.
Yep.
You want to run a
Yep.
vote on that?
No.
I don't know if we can vote.
They can't vote.
Can't vote
This is
in a
not
workshop.
a meeting
Okay.
to vote.
We'll vote at the end
I upped
Okay.
it.
of the process.
Now pass base.
Oh, I was gonna go through,
I'm just curious, but going back to that pool, we don't have any idea what percentage of the population or how many people use it yearly? Do they have any
Yeah.
idea, Wendy?
They sign people in, they have a somewhat accurate record.
You sign in when you go.
I was just curious how many people actually use it.
We used to have people, somebody from there, the Parks Department would come at budget time and give us a lot of that stuff.
They have good data on
Mhm.
where people are coming from.
Since we would give them 100
I mean, I-
grand a year, they.
We could ask the pool manager.
I can't
manager
remember
to-
any of it off the top of my head, but they kept good track.
Yeah. We could ask the pool manager. If you want.
Yeah, I like that. I'm curious about
All right, I'll put that on.
Are
there.
we
how
going
many
next?
people actually use it.
I was gonna hit on Tiger Field. That's part of this, right?
Yes.
And so right now, the way it works out is that the judge or whoever, there's an organization that runs Tiger Field. And there's an agreement. The organization runs and takes care of like the concession stand and within the field itself. And the county takes care of the grant. When I say takes care of, maintains the perimeter. And right now, I don't think we have, there is an organization running it. There's not a contract. And I'm gonna go out for RFP towards the end of the year because I've been getting a lot of calls. There's a lot of interest in different organizations wanting to run.
There's always been, when one group was in control of it, that some other group wanted to get it, but to me, whoever's got it ought to take care of the whole place. And I feel like, especially more.
And that brings me up to MI, since we moved back home in 2013. I've seen a group run it, and then towards the end, when they lose interest, lose volunteers, their kids, age out, they kind of step away. And so maintenance is a problem. So every now and then you see this little it goes, goes up and down of maintenance problems and then maintenance problems. And I think we're kind of there now. I mean, I think they worked on the field this weekend, but the city has, not the city, but a member of their Parks Board has approached me and said, hey, you know, maybe give Tiger Field to the city because they would have, they have the money to take care of it, to maintain it. And we wouldn't have the high and lows. It would be consistently taken care of. But I'm still tossing that around and if y'all have ideas, I'm open for
I
them.
was told the same thing. The city was looking for more space by a member of the Parks Board for more space for playing fields and soccer fields. And they were just putting that out there that maybe the city would want to take over Tiger Field, or they're trying to get them to do that, right?
Yeah, and you know, it'd be
Have
one
you
less
heard
thing.
that?
Have I heard that? Yes. As of
And-
right now, we only take care of the right of way and the outer line, the property line, and that's it. So we take care of minimal unless they have an
The right of-
irrigation issue or
Right away, what,
at the road by the culvert. We just mow that culvert
oh,
and then they mow the rest of it. Judge Garza was right in saying we had them get in there and clean that place up this last week. As far as any kind of maintenance, if they have problems with the irrigation or lighting, electrical, plumbing, then we get called by the organization and we go and fix it. Other than that, they manage the property.
you know, and it's always been, it's kind of like a lot of these volunteer groups. They can't get along with each other.
Yeah,
And like the groups that go there, they don't want to be a part of Little League or vice versa. We've actually had Little League have in the past has tried to come in and get the county to turn it over to them.
Mhm.
But you have multiple groups that don't like the way they operate, so it kind of gives them a place for them to go to. Yeah,
Well,
I don't know.
You know, that
If we were to decide to deed it over to the city or give it to the city or the city buy it from us, whatever. We definitely have to look at the rules on it because we talked about that several years ago that need to look at the rules on it. Remember whenever we had that, I guess it was after Harvey, wasn't it? That we talked about that one time.
I don't remember
Didn't
the
like
city
parks
ever
anyway.
asking them
Mhm.
in the past to take it over.
you look
This
at
is the
utilities on
first
that
time.
alone, though, we're paying historically around what, $12,000 is budgeted for utilities on that.
Hmm.
And I guess that's mostly lighting and water,
Yeah.
Correct.
and it's really not used that much to justify us paying $12,000 a year
yeah.
for the actual use that it's.
Not right now. It's not being used that often.
What are the professional services that are used on that?
That would be, I guess, the alarm company. If we have to call in an electrician for a certified electrician work that needs to be done,
Okay,
things of sort.
That is also where you charge the mowing and stuff that we do at that, when we transfer, that's where we charge.
Oh, line item transfers, yeah. From the city.
No, us, when
Your
you mow,
staff when they mow.
your staff, when they mow, what's on their time card.
Oh, Laura Clark's.
Yes.
Yeah.
so we might check with Jen to see about the vehicle where we might transfer that over to the city. Is
I
that
have-
what we're hearing?
I haven't even talked to the city, honestly. It was just a member of the community or the board, the Parks Board.
Oh,
I know
Yeah, they
with
were talking to the
municipalities, if
Department
they
of
have something that's designated as a park, there has to be an election to be able to sell it. I don't know for sure if that's the same case here. We would definitely have to get some legal opinions on that.
because actually there's a new park director now. So there might be a change in philosophy. Okay,
All right, we'll move on. Thank you. Sorry.
so pathways,
70?
Hey,
So in pathways,
70.
we did increase, the advertising and promotional activities. Line item. we are at this time getting measurements for all the trails to be resurfaced. By looking at preliminary numbers, I'm thinking we can pretty much do 5 of our sites with this year's budget, not changing or asking for any additional money. So mostly just the change that we did was to increase the promotional marketing
So did
numbers.
you find the type of material? They were having a hard time finding the material that,
Well, they were looking at limestone at 1/4 and 1/8 inch limestone, and I had the guy come out and we walked the sites and came up with a better plan to go with the decomposed granite crusher fine. So we're getting some numbers on that. I was out with Road and Bridge this morning. We're gonna do an aerial mapping
Yeah.
and get it all lined out, and we'll get some pricing. But preliminary, it looks like we can handle it with the budget we have.
You know, I was just in Comfort this weekend and the soil is very unusual up there. And I was asking my husband about it because he has a geologist background. And he said it's crushed granite.
Mhm.
And it's really very comfortable to walk on.
That's typically the surface that most parks across the United States use is the crusher.
Oh, is that right?
Crusher fine.
So my only just question maybe, when we looked at this last time and I saw the 20,000 and I knew that we had talked in the steering committee meeting about putting that into the advertising, but we're leaving an additional 20,000 under promotional. And I know they just ordered a large supply of maps. Do you think leaving 20,000 in there is realistic? I mean, I think you have some other ideas on how we're going to start promoting, which are good.
We actually, after this next Pathways meeting, we are having our first sit down as a steering committee for promotional marketing
Okay,
activities.
great.
So we're going to be getting some additional ideas. I don't think that $40,000 for marketing of Pathways is a lot. In fact, some people would say it's not enough.
Right.
But I think starting out, that could be enough for us to get going. I'd like to have in writing what, some of the plans for the marketing team, what we're going to be doing before we do put more money into the budget.
And the other question, I know, or I think a portion of your salary is going to be allocated from this.
20%.
Okay. And then in the 103 regular full-time employees, how many employees does that include?
This includes
That's Jennifer.
100% Jennifer.
So the admin assistant or whatever that position is, and anything else?
And then 20% of Renee's. Let me go and I did add that into the budgeted dollar.
Okay, thank you.
So that number in the 103 is actually the assistant's salary plus a calculated step increase. And then if you see the 102 line would be the 20%.
And there isn't anything in there right now for 2024. In the
Oh,
102.
you- Okay, if you look at your screen,
Oh,
okay,
You printed before.
I did, yeah, I printed that before.
I see.
and Renee, have you ever talked with Jen? At one time, we talked about Murph Park and the things that right now are maintained by the NAV district, what it would take to get them put into Pathways. If we would have to wait until we had an election for a new bond for some other type of Pathways project. or
No, I
if
have-
we can add on to them.
Yeah, no, I have not had that discussion with her
Because-
as of yet.
I don't know, to me, well, one of them is already a kayak launch. The other one has the capability of doing Pathways things that
Mhm.
if we could work that out, it could be paid for.
We can have
To
that
me, that would
discussion.
be a good thing to look at if we can, if they can just be made extensions of Pathways, then we could pay for it from this instead of the general.
Right, and that is considered a kayak launch next to Murph Park
Right.
at airport.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there is one on the end of Airport Road, but
Mhm.
some of the pathways functions, we could make those sites do.
What,
It's just a matter of what is the legality of them being included in pathways versus being funded out of the general fund.
Right. Okay.
Because they are used by, I mean, they already are used by people. We very well might be able to fund the repairs on them out of hot funds.
Well, if you did
Because
that,
you have people like at Murph Park, you have lots of people going there wade fishing, and I know when I've had my seafood place, if you have a lot of southeast wind, that's where I would always send people that didn't have a boat or something.
Right.
Go, that's a good place, protected, you can go wade fishing. There have always been a lot of people that went there to fish, so I think we have an avenue to look at.
yeah. If
Probably
that,
putting both of those places in there.
if that park was a little bit bigger, you'd get a lot. I've been by there several times. And I know everybody has, it's been one or two there, and that's fine, but one time.
Yeah. I just think it's,
wouldn't St. Charles Bay also fall into that also then?
what's that?
The St. Charles Bay boat ramp, if you were using that logic, because I was thinking the same thing initially, but I was told that it didn't really fit the criteria, but I would think St. Charles Bay, Murph Park, Rattlesnake Point, I think they would all fit into that criteria.
Well, I just think, if we can move those things from where they're funded by the general fund. And if we can fund them by hot funds,
Yeah.
venue, that's better than coming out of the general.
Could we get a professional opinion on that, maybe, Jackie? I know I'd asked about that before, about St. Charles Bay.
Right, I think that's what Bo was saying. We get Jen to make a,
Gives,
Well, I think she had,
Something-
I thought she had said it, she didn't agree with that, though. Someone had told me she didn't agree with that. Maybe
we
I
can, we
misunderstood.
can work on it, and it may be a point where we have to go to our attorneys that we used for
I mean, I
the
think-
bond issue or something.
they,
Make
I
sure.
mean, they're all used by people,
Mhm.
like tourists and stuff, so if we can get them to one of those funds instead of the general fund, well then. that's
We
who would be
we
paying.
can get, reach out to the attorneys and see what they,
Renee, when you pick up, y'all maintain the, I want to say Highway 188 kayak launch or
Mhm.
out there toward Copano Point, or that's how paid out of hotel funds, out of
That's pathways.
That's
pathways, I mean pathways fund. Yeah.
Pathways. 188 bridge.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
just, the pathways things have to be. They have to be voted on, but there's always been a question of whether. The pathways project. Has the opportunity to grow without going back for another vote. If, if it was. If it was stated in there, this is how many sites you're gonna be. I don't really think it did, but can you add others as you go along would be kind of a question where. Like I say, pathways is paid from venue, but to me, you should also be able to fund some stuff from hot funds like that too. So maybe we have one or two choices to. I just would like to see us move the funding from the general fund to some of the fund that's more pointed to
Mhm.
that type
Specific
of
items. Yeah.
facility.
So I have a question on the kiosk and the bridge on West Tule, the 42,000 for repairs and maintenance. What do you think was going to be done on that?
What do I think is going to be done on that? And could you say the location?
The kiosk and the bridge on West Tule,
Okay.
what's that 42,000 in miscellaneous repairs and maintenance?
well,
I mean, it may need to be there. I was just curious because we redid,
can I,
The
that's what I was
stairwell or
gonna say.
something.
We redid a lot of it last year. What it looks like, we've just carried it over in anticipation. There may be some other work. I don't know that she has anything specific he planned for it, but we did do a lot of work in this last year.
We do have,
Actually, we did in 22.
we do have signage and fence and gardens that have to be repaired still at Thule.
okay.
And they,
We do, we also have kiosks that have to be replaced because of their fading or they've been scratched, vandalism.
So it's a realistic, thing.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think.
and there was a new kiosk that was put at the depot. There were plans for more of them, but because of the cost, they only did the one last year. So I don't know, I haven't been to the last couple of meetings if they have any plans to try to do some of the others that they were gonna put this year.
We are talking about that in the meetings about signage that needs to be replaced.
But these are new ones. They put the new one down by the depot.
Mhm.
And they actually were gonna put a total of 3, but because of the cost of them, the committee only voted to put 1 in last year, but I'm not sure.
And they put that one in last year, is
Yeah.
what you're saying?
No,
Okay.
no, we just put it
It
in
was just
a
this year.
couple of
That's
months
the
ago.
one that y'all put in on that trail right there.
By the depot.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. And we're gonna do one at the courthouse and the
Well,
community
the
center.
community
Yeah.
area.
Yeah. and
Sorry.
I don't remember how many there were, but there were a total of about 3 planned, but they only did the one because they didn't want to spend that much in 1 year.
Supposed to be one in front of the History Center as well.
Correct.
Oh, really?
I believe so.
Is that still in the plan?
Yes. So I'm trying to get used to all the new stuff that I'm still learning, in areas.
You're
and
doing
such,
well.
But we are, we've got a lot of work going out in the field, so.
And then under the Aquarium Education Center, that's on page 70, that 35,000, is that for the new stairs?
Yes, and
Okay.
part of the decking on the backside.
Okay.
Well, it's attached.
Thank you.
So you might want to coordinate some of that stuff because in the plans for the aquarium, I think there are plans and John might have got a grant to put a deck between the 2 buildings.
He did.
So you
It's
need
on,
to-
it's on the front side between the 2 buildings comes
So
off. the
that
back to
doesn't
the front.
conflict with the work that, it's going to maybe could be all done at the same time.
That stairwell's already been replaced
Mm.
and basically it's not been replaced, it's just been repaired with some extra supports installed. But it's so far back on the corner, I think that the deck, if they were going to build to it, they could build to the existing stairwell.
Yeah.
That stairwell is actually, well, I think you still have it barricaded off.
Yes, I do.
Because it's a safety issue. And I don't know how they approved constructing it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it was
never
bad.
Should have been approved. It was beautiful.
I've never.
All right.
noticed it.
You got anything for us?
I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to take a break?
Yeah, can we take another 5-minute break? I had a lot of coffee.
You're not old enough.
session. Thank you for that break. I've got district clerk here. And I will go first.
Good morning, commissioners and judge. I'm actually in jury trial next door. I don't even have my paperwork with me, but what I can tell you is what I'm asking for budget is the same thing as last year. And also to budget for a one-step increase for each deputy. That does not mean each deputy would get it. I just think it's a good idea to plan. And that's really all I have unless you have some questions.
Well, I'll mention one thing. When we first started off the workshop this morning, we have consensus that the abuse of the merit increase system has been pretty intense for the last few years, and that's going to be reviewed. So there's
That's
no
good.
decision yet on how
Got it.
salary increases are going to go.
Okay, I think
And-
that's very fair.
I had a question on the regular budget for 50. I think from our last discussion, you said it didn't include the cost for shelving.
Correct.
So are you anticipating putting something in for shelving, or where do you think that money is going to come from?
No, ma'am, being fiscally conservative, I don't want to put any more pressure on the county at this time than what I already know is going to be. So I'm going to use my old equipment for my vault space, which is my historical records. Those will not only have to be digitized, but they've got to be preserved too. And when they are, they will come back in different form, and we're going to need different shelving at a later date. But what I have for now will suffice for this year. Same thing with
For
my,
next year?
for next year. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. For my high density storage area, I think we're going to have to split it. And if that's the case, there's no need to order high density shelves for an area that will not hold that weight. So same thing, I have, they're not pretty, but I've got shelves that my records are sitting on right now. It's like 1,200 square feet of ceiling to floor. Now, a lot of those have gone to EDOC for digitizing. The civil ones can be destroyed. The criminal ones have to come back. We'll just see where they're going to fit. That's just, but I'm not going to ask for any money this year for it. We're going to use what we've got.
Okay. And I just had a quick question, and I appreciate you don't have the paperwork, but thank you for coming in here. Under District Clerk Records Management Fund for this year, fees of office, you were budgeting 2,100, but year to date, it just shows 100 received. And then for next year, you're also proposing 2,100. Is that realistic?
I think that it is. Sounds like something's not in the right spot, and I'll check on that and make sure it's statutory. It's a filing fee is where that comes from. So I'll check on it and get back to you on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. I haven't seen Doc Thomas in the house, but Gavin, would you like to come present?
Morning, folks.
Morning, sir.
Ready to entertain questions if you have.
30.
Thank you for putting the page numbers.
So I know we discussed this last time, but I think I'm still not real clear. Can you explain to me, either you or the auditor's office, maybe the auditor's office, because I think they created it, but the travel allowance, is that, just explain to me how that works?
The travel allowance, so you're talking about the 130 line,
Yes, ma'am.
that is divided out into the 26 pay periods included on payroll.
So it's a flat amount
Yes, yes.
with
ma'am.
no paperwork to.
No,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
You're welcome.
And again, I guess with related to that question on we'll say Doc's budget, there is no 130. So
He has a county vehicle.
because he is a county vehicle, this is the fee for the
Yes,
using
sir.
your personal vehicle.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
Anything else?
looks like you're
In the clear this year.
good to
Excellent.
go be a constable.
Y'all have a great day.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think if
Mondo?
That's what else.
if Mondo and Michael want to go.
Yep.
And
In tandem or one at a time?
Oh, you're here.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
All right, we'll start with the Chief
385.
Brooks.
Yes, sir.
Start with the sheriff's office. 31.
So I know that we receive funds from one or two other agencies or entities like the Lone Star program. I don't know, Stone Garden still plays
Mhm.
into it. So we have amounts in here for overtime pay.
Mhm.
What of that is reimbursable?
Only the Stone Garden time, which this does not include 1 month for the month of June, which is 3 pay periods that we have not received the funding yet, the reimbursement. But that is coming. I just received an email this morning for the notice of the grant payment. Once that does come in, I will journal funds over to reimburse this line item.
Do you know what the total is on it?
So the,
I can look it up quick.
what was it? There was some new legislation that came out that has some funding that's available through, is that a different
That was Lone
grant?
Star.
Or
That's
is
a
it?
Yeah, that's
Lone
Lone
Star.
Star.
Yeah. And that's to increase salaries up to a minimum if you're, if it's the one I'm thinking of,
Or
or
vehicles.
buy equipment.
I believe, but that didn't go into effect until September.
January.
It's an additional grant other than Stone Garden.
Yes.
Totally separate.
Yes, sir. And it's
New deal.
through the comptroller's office, but you do have to apply for it.
So are we, I mean, the sheriff, one of the requirements I'm reading on listserv is, and I think the sheriff makes over the minimum that they had established. And also,
And
Awesome.
jailers and deputies have to meet a certain level too of
we
the
all
salary.
in that,
We are,
okay.
we are.
And I noticed on the stuff that I read that constables are actually eligible too, but they have to be working traffic to be eligible. And some of the conversations on the listserv, and it had a minimum salary that they made too.
Mhm.
So
We are
we
eligible.
don't have them that regularly work. I don't know if it sets out a specific how many hours they have to work traffic, but
Okay,
but-
so the Stone Garden, what we will be getting back is 38,758 that will hit that.
Say
budget.
again. 38,000?
30, well, that's with fringe. So actually that overtime line strictly is 33,107. And then it'll be approximately 5,000 that will between security, FICA and retirement.
Okay, and then, Michael, do you know what the increase in your office supply line item was based on?
This is the sheriff.
Oh, your sheriff's on Zoom.
A lot of that, it has to do with disc. We are burning disc for
You're
everything.
cutting out, sir.
Kids. I think.
Say we are burning a lot of video disc for the prosecutor's office and for discovery with open record stuff. Between what we video in the jail and what the officers catch on body and dash cams. There's been a huge demand for that in case preparation. And that's a lot of what the office supplies is driven by right now, the increase.
So what he's explaining is our videos, in-car videos, our
Okay.
body cam videos, there, we have to supply those videos to the prosecutors and to the defense, obviously. So we have to burn copies for them. We have to burn copies for ourselves. It's either on a DVD or on a flash drive. It depends on the size. And we try to cut it down to the best that we can. So sometimes flash drive work better and they're just very expensive.
So the videos taken by the officers then are requested by,
It's not requested. We have to give it to them. We have to
Oh,
provide
you have
everything
to,
in a
okay.
case that's submitted.
to be submitted to the
Prosecution.
prosecute, okay. Thank you. Okay, under small equipment, 60,000 was allocated for this year, which was a significant increase from previous years. So far, 8,000's been expensed. So 60,000 is on again for next year.
Well, we did the 60,000 last year because we were in an attempt to get the ticket writers. And that never came through because we couldn't get a contract with Odyssey worked out. And I believe that's a run over from the same from last year as well. We'd still like to do the electronic ticket writers. And there's other equipment that we need as well as more body cameras. Those things do last for so long. And I think we're on year 5 now with several of them or most of them. So
Those things are recommended on a 5-year rotation anyway, aren't they?
I would put them on 3-year rotation. It's a
Well,
computer, but
I know they were having some issues, I think in Los Angeles or some big place. They were having them with the contact and stuff that the officers have. They said that they were having trouble with doing that and producing it as evidence if it was over a certain time frame because of possible glitches and other things that come in and just presented in and it's not showing up.
yes,
Y'all
sir.
heard anything on that?
I have not, but I can tell you with ours, over time, the batteries go bad and it's
Yeah.
all a closed item. It's you can't get into it. And they do that for protective reasons. Their software, their
Mhm.
batteries are in there. We have to send it back to a factory, to get fixed. And about every 3 months, I'll end up sending 4 back, get 4 back from them. It's pretty much just a rotation because we've had them for so long.
How old are the ones you have? Average?
Since the
Those are the
hurricane,
ones
so
we got-
about 5 years. I mean.
Those are the ones we got a grant to get some time ago or?
No, this was done through just the purchasing the equipment. This was after the hurricane. Of course, our videos and our cars were replaced, and these are the same system. So we purchased these. I think they're 700 at the time piece, so that every officer has it. And at this time, we're falling short on that. We definitely need some more. We're actually
Cheapest
looking at.
Cameras are now. It's hard to believe one of them would cost that much money.
That was back in 2018. Now I'm looking at about $1,200 for a camera, for a body camera.
So going back to those electronic ticket writers, you weren't able to find a vendor or you just weren't able to secure a
No,
contract?
ma'am. I found a vendor. It is through Odyssey. It's actually through Brazos Ticket Writers, which is part of Odyssey. But never a contract couldn't be drawn up, so we missed it.
So you're anticipating or hopeful that you'll get one going for 2024?
I would love to. And it's actually over 60,000 for the actual ticket writers. We were using half of that, and I was looking for the JPs to donate the other half. Since it's going to benefit,
Tech fund.
since it's going to benefit their courts as well, because it assists with the tickets going into the court system.
What is considered machinery and equipment? The 300,000.
That's all
Is
the
that
cars
ours?
that we're
Okay.
slowly trying to replace.
So, okay.
How many are y'all getting this year?
I believe there's 6 that we ordered this year and then one for the jail. Is that correct? I believe it's 6.
Really, yes.
Does that include their radio, all the supplemental equipment they need, or is that a?
That includes lights, a siren, cages. Does not include our in-car video system. Our radios, we're able to have the radio company out of Victoria pull the equipment out and put it into a new one. We have had to purchase some new radios because of obviously we have more cars. We have a couple more people now. But we should be good on the amount of radios up.
Did y'all anticipate increasing staff? Because y'all do have 2 new officers, or is that your complement now, or?
Well, that's more equipment, more radios, more body cameras, additional car or 2. So yes, sir. I mean, that's part of
But that's not what you got now. It's anticipating for next year.
I believe what he said, they already have the 2 extra, so they've had to add some other equipment. You already have all the officers you need. You're not requesting new officers.
No, well, not on this. We're looking for a full-time bailiff, but that's a whole nother situation.
Do you have vacancies on, are you fully staffed right now? or-
But at the sheriff's office, we're fully staffed.
You said you were looking for a full-time what bailiff?
Yes, I would love to have a full-time bailiff because I can't get people to sign up for the part-time stuff. They don't want to work without some sort of benefit. Most of the retired people that we have, they don't want to work 4 or 5 days a week. They want to work a day or 2 here or there, and not 3 or 4 times every week. So I'm having a very hard time trying to fill positions for the part-time bailiffs.
So how many part-time bailiffs do you have?
I have 2 in district court. They're there now.
You have to have 2 now in all district courts, don't you?
That's what they prefer. I don't know if there's some sort of rule on that, but that's what the judges want. And we do need 2. And it's very busy. We have one at the front that's always supposed to be at the front to make sure that area is safe. And then you have a subject at the back.
But how many part-time bailiffs do you have budgeted?
4.
Could you put together and get a full-time and still have enough, or?
We have 4 right now. One's on vacation. And then the other one, she's on vacation too. And so I'm trying to fill in spots. But I mean, even that part-time bailiff, she's made comments. She does the bailiffing for the county court, which is Sharon. She's made comments. I didn't want to work this much on part-time.
Yeah.
And the other part-time bailiff that works county court is up north. And I want to say he's coming back, but I can't guarantee that. And I just don't have the people that want to apply for that because it is part-time. They don't receive any benefits. And I believe if we offered benefits as a full-time position, we might actually get more applicants for that.
The last part of the discussion was that could serve as your security officer upstairs in the new courthouse as well. The intent was to place that in the county court, which books more days a week consistently through the year, anywhere from 2 to 6 hours a day, but he's booking 4 days a week. It's just courtroom activity has driven us to the point that it's exhausting. Part-time bailiffs slots that we've got and trying to find officers that are not wanting to do 30 hours. If they're working 30 hours, are looking for a full-time slot.
What kind of benefits would you have to supply to a part-time employee?
This would be
Sure.
just a full-time deputy position, the insurance, the vacation, the sick time, holiday.
Retirement.
Part-time to full-time.
Yes, I mean, with the full-time, I think we could eliminate some of the part-time. They wouldn't be needed as much. Like say, if there's no county court, I could have one of the part-time bailiffs not work district today. So I mean, it would be a move around position, but mainly it would be for county court. They do have the most court.
So have y'all looked at what it would do to the budget, what it would take to do that?
Yes, so with benefits, it would be 73,000 to 74,000.
To add one full-time, and what would you pull by getting rid of two part-time?
I don't know that you're
That's-
talking about getting rid of either.
Yeah.
Not really pulling it, just they wouldn't be
It wouldn't work.
working because we would have a full time. So my part-times would be cut down some.
So how much
What
would you
it'd
think
be?
it would cut the budget on part-time then?
You think 50% or do you?
We don't anticipate a cut in the part-time usage. The problem is, to make it work today, we're bringing officers off the street. We're taking people away from patrol and investigative jobs that they were hired to do just to keep the courts active and going. And so we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, and we need to get everybody back to the job that they were assigned and hired for, that we were staffed for. And we just need some relief or help in the courtroom situation. And the second benefit would be upstairs, the second floor of the courthouse.
You're saying you need to keep the four full, part-time, because basically right now you're pulling officers off of other duties.
Correct.
And that's what the additional position would take care of, letting them stay on their dedicated duties.
That would give us a lot of relief. Yes, sir.
And that could potentially decrease some of the overtime costs as well, because they are coming in on off-duty.
That's what I understood them to say. You wouldn't eliminate the part-times. They would just not work as many hours, hopefully.
I don't think the part, it's not to say you'd eliminate it, but I do think it would cut back on some of the time.
What does the part-time get paid?
They are $30 an hour, I think 30.25. So on this full-time, it would really not be hitting sheriff's budget. We would charge whichever court the person would work. So it could potentially cause the county court at law to increase.
But it's still hitting the general fund, which is hitting the
Correct.
tax rate.
Still coming from the same place.
Correct.
I don't know. It seems like
don't
to
think
me
so.
the judges are getting more demanding all the time, so.
Our court time has stepped up significantly over the past several years. I mean, there's more court hours every year. It just continues to grow. And the county court, I believe, is gonna pick up some more slack from the district court, I believe, in civil cases now. They've upped the limit for the county attorney or the county court to handle on civil cases. So that should step up a little bit more in there.
I'm not in favor of adding another full-time officer and keeping the same number of part-time. That's just my input.
I think it makes good sense.
Well, realistically, they'll have to have, if, one way or another, they have to pull them off other duties. And I guess that's what you're trying to prevent.
Trying to just keep the courts covered. That's my biggest thing. And I don't think another whole time is going to really keep our part-times that busy. I think it would eliminate some of their time in here, because if I had a full-time, the lady that's in here now probably wouldn't be at work this week at all. If I had a full-time bailiff here for county, I don't think she'd be here at all. So I think it would cut back on some of the bailiffing, part-time bailiffing.
As a person who worked in the courts, it is a need to have a minimum of 2 sheriff's officers, whether they're bailiffs or otherwise, in the courtroom for the safety of our jurors, our defendants, our judge, and our court staff. Issues happen in courts, and if only one is there, who's going to protect the judge while they're protecting everyone else?
I'm not against protecting. I'm just saying, if we're going to hire a full-time employee, I think we need to look at cutting back a couple of the part-time bailiffs.
Someone mentioned overtime. When you pull a deputy off of their other duties to come in here, does that affect your overtime? Or
If I have to have somebody come in and fill a position, then yes, it does. Sometimes on Fridays, I'll have one of my people who are off on a Friday come in on a Friday to work some court. Because my bailiffs, they take vacation just like everybody else. So I mean, yes. A matter of fact, Donnie up front is going to take vacation this week, so I have to have someone come in 2 days this week to fill overtime. I'm still looking to find someone to cover Friday and Monday. But he's taking off 5 days. So I mean, that's overtime right there. It does. So if I had a full-time bailiff, if he wasn't in court, I could use him up front to cover other positions in the courthouse.
I was wondering if there's some way we could tie a tangible way to tie that, how much overtime is being tied into bringing deputies off their normal duties.
That would be a good idea.
It does affect the jail quite a bit because I mean, tomorrow we have a district court for jury trials going, and then we have district court that's going to be in here for regular docket. I think he's going to have to call in a couple of guys to come assist us because we have 24 inmates and there's going to be 2 bailiffs in here. So we can't fit 24 inmates in here. We have to position them out in the van. We have to have people run back and forth. That's overtime right there. He has to cover.
So what I'll
Get
end
a
up
bailiff.
doing essentially tomorrow on the heavy court docket is I'll call 2, actually I already got my lieutenant working on it, trying to get 2 people to come in. Trying to get 2 people to come in to work the overtime. In addition to that, I'll use some of my administrative staff to also assist in the transport and also, you know, in a sense, maintain security of the inmates. So on a that's a minimum of 3 additional officers. And go back to what Chief Brooks was saying. I know since I got back, since I started working here in the community in 2009, our crime rate in this community has just skyrocketed. The courts are a lot busier. It's more demanding of the officers to not only be out there answering calls, but also to help in the security of the courtroom because it's just so many cases. That's just a fact. The crime rate is skyrocketing.
Is it when your guys come in and work court, do they change their time? Is there accounting charge to working in a court?
So like tomorrow, I'll be helping bailiff tomorrow. And probably Lieutenant Patterson will, but I have to also testify tomorrow on a bond reduction hearing. So I'm gonna have another person assist because I will have to get on the stand. I can't bailiff stand, so. But no, those people are not, that's just people that, like the sheriff said, we're pulling off the street to cover court because I've got 2 in district court for trial. I'll have a whole nother group of people in here for district court. I mean, it's.
But their time isn't tracked toward the courtroom then.
No, but I'm trying to keep up with that, who actually worked on what day, because we have been having dual courts on Wednesdays district for at least the past 6 months. Usually they're having 2 courts. They're having 2 district judges show up, and that's 2 separate courts. So I have to have 4 bailiffs at that time just for district.
Right. And a lot of that's due to the tremendous backlog that was inherited a couple of years ago.
And unfortunately, that backlog's not getting any shorter very quickly.
And your cases are getting more serious too.
What's that?
I said, it seems like the cases are getting more serious too, you know, with murders, the alleged murders that we had.
Unfortunately, yes, sir, but we're knocking those out. I think they're done away with a couple of them already.
To Commissioner Russo's comment, there was a backlog and we've asked the judges to step up and they've given us more jury weeks last year, this year, and again next year. But a part of that expanded jury trials is starting to really tax our resources when we're bringing anywhere from 20 to 30 inmates in there on Wednesday while we've got a jury trial going on and trying to maintain the security of the courthouse. So not only in the detention center, and we're pulling administrators out to fill in, but I think there's a way that we can probably try to sit down. And I know with the deputies on the recent past, we should be able to tell what the impact has been over time where we're bringing deputies in to work those days. But you know, it's just a part of the whole deal where the judges are needing more money for attorneys, doubling the attorney's fees, and everybody's expectation is we're going to be in the courtroom more. We can't put that many inmates in there without additional personnel. So we're just trying to find a way to help with the bailiffs, and it's impacting not only the officers on the street, but in the detention center as well.
We can try to get some better numbers together. especially with the extra reports. Together. A little better information for me.
That would be
Yeah,
good.
appreciate that. And I appreciate you stepping in and, being bailiff too, but you need to, we pay you to lead your men and you're not doing that if you're standing at a door.
Well, that's a short timing for it, unfortunately. Fortunately for us. But yes, it'd be nice if I had the coverage, but we do what we can so that we're not calling a lot of people.
And I think what Commissioner Russo doesn't want to see is we hire on at full-time. And then we still see the same amount of overtime being used and, it didn't solve any problems, but yeah, if we had some numbers on what we use, what we pay in overtime already to cover the courthouse.
I can do that.
That'd be great.
I already keep a spreadsheet for the sheriff and Michael for just part-time bailiffs, monitoring what they work and what is being charged to what court. So we can add on to that for the overtime.
And the thing that we're overlooking, I think, is the fact that I've been on the court 14 years now and right at it. And whenever we came, we're down to one courtroom and I think we barely had time then. And now we can barely get in for 3 courtrooms. 4 courtrooms if you count both JPs. And it's not going to go down.
Unfortunately not.
Population goes up, crime goes up, the need for law enforcement goes up.
If the court was to go down, then the full-time bailiff would be probably here more than our part-time bailiff. You wouldn't need them as much, so it would.
Well, and right now, the part-time bailiffs are necessary, all 4 of them. But if you hire a full-time deputy or a full-time bailiff and use it full-time, then you may still need 4 part-time, but you'll never
I think we can manage it a lot better. It just depends on what's going on.
Sure, and level of
the judges usually put a docket out,
Mhm.
but a couple of days ahead, and I think it would be pretty easy to determine at that point. I need 2 bailiffs, or I just could do 1 if possible. That
Sure.
day. So I think it would cut down a lot.
Okay.
So now is it Mondo's turn? Right. So I understand on the detention center, a new line item was put in for facilities, building repairs and maintenance, and that's to reflect what the public facilities department does specific to the jail,
Yes,
correct? Okay. And then thought I had a question someplace else. Under, is it utilities? For the year, and I'm happy to see this. The utilities look like they're going to come in lower than anticipated. But we're still
Looks like-
projecting an increase for next year.
Yes, and we will have new rates about mid-year next year, so we're anticipating that we may need some of that extra because we know we're not going to get the kind of rate we've got right now.
Okay. And we're still looking at an electrical supplier. We talked about that in court maybe a month or 2 ago.
We did look at a broker. We have been looking at another option also. So in fact, I think the end of September, they will be here to give a presentation also.
And that contract, if we agree to whichever goes into effect, is it in February?
June
of 2024.
2024.
So the current rates that we have are, we know are good through at least the
Yes,
first
ma'am.
5 months of the year.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Are you you're not in charge of corrections, right? Who's corrections?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you are?
No, that corrections
Oh.
is actually the county or the district court.
Okay.
Oh, my bad.
The district
Kinda
judge's
is the-
salary.
So save that for Judge Bauer if she comes in.
Yes.
And if she
That's
doesn't, I'll
actually
ask
like
you.
their admins, and their salaries, but also the administrative people for them, the portion that we split with Sampat County, as well as a juvenile and adult probation.
And it was the juvenile detention I had the question about. So not for you, Monica.
Well,
You're off
that-
that for me.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
probably won't be the district judges either.
Will that be Jackie in the auditor's office?
That would be, yes, the judge received their budget and they did go down on the cost for the probation. And I told him we saved him $20,000.
What page is juvenile detention?
And-
It's
but-
page 37.
They turned around and they asked for it in the juvenile
Oh, they did.
detention. So it basically came out
It
washed.
washed itself out.
Yes, ma'am.
Well. Actually, for $200 more.
Yeah. That's
that
what we
comes-
pay whenever they have juveniles that go into the detention center. That's our cost for that, the ones that we put in there.
And I just wondered if we were anticipating that we would have 50% increase in,
That is what the juvenile detention of organization, the group, they gave us that as their anticipated costs.
so that comes from Sandpat's juvenile
Yes,
officer
yes.
or juvenile detention
Yes.
office. Thank you.
All right. Do you have any questions for Hondo?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
I have to apologize to you, Mike, because I called you so early.
Do you want to do Mike before we go to lunch?
Yeah.
He said-
you're here.
I don't think,
146,
should be much on the EMC
What
side.
Page are we?
146, 147. I think. And I know. I think we talked with Colin about this on the telephone expense, that it was going up again, because you pay a pretty hefty telephone expense. And was that the connectivity out there?
That's all the data for his connectivity.
Heavy data use? Is that what you're saying?
It's the charges for all of the redundancy and the connectivity out there is what that is.
And aren't we going to a different supplier mid-year and we're thinking that'll go down? Or will that impact the airport?
So his contract renews in February of next year. And when we look at that renewal, that should bring that cost significantly lower because the construction costs that were built into the initial contract should be paid off. So this should come down significantly, but I won't know until that contract expires and we go out to re-up it for another 3 years with the carrier. But it should bring it down significantly and we're anticipating it to come down, so.
And then insurance, we didn't have any choice on that,
Yeah. It's still the elephant in the room.
isn't it? though?
Yeah. It's that's a 150% increase.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I see a business model that can account for those sorts of increases with respect to how we're pricing things at the airport. If I price hangars and fuel and our other fees and expense, other ways we make money at the airport, at a certain point, we're gonna turn people away. And then that also, makes a problem with respect to making money at the airport. So the biggest issue is we're already operating at basically no reserves anymore. We're not, we've been so drastically affected by Harvey and our ability to make money. If we're only breaking even or less than breaking even, then we're clearly not saving money. And for us, the airport has always been able to save money to be able to match those grants when they come available or the opportunity arises. And so that's what I'm telling you today is that in 2025, when we're eligible for the next big improvement grant at the airport, our share is always going to be 10%. We're never really going to do better than that. We did better during the pandemic, but that was a one-time deal. It's probably never going to happen again. But if it's a $1 million project, that's $100,000 that I'd be having to ask the commissioners for. So, and not just the authorization to spend it, but the authorizing it from the general fund and to spend it. So, and again, we don't, depending on where we are with insurance and the recovery with insurance, that is also going to directly affect how we're going to need to spend grant money going forward. If we're able to get money to handle some of the things that were affected by Harvey, then we can spend grant money on some of the things that we'd like to have as opposed to the things that we have to have.
So when we had our last meeting in June,
Mhm.
I know Commissioner Casterline suggested that you might get estimates of what it would take to complete the 2 hangars and possibly the county could pay for that. Did you get those estimates?
I haven't gotten an estimate on the finishing of the hangars, except for the pavement around, just to fill in the pavement around the hangars and connect it to the taxiways. Be about $20,000 for that.
20,000 for that blacktop that was
Yeah.
chewed up by the equipment that came in to build the hangars?
Well, no, 20,000 to fill in where the hangars were saw cut, where the foundations were
Okay.
saw cut away from. So there's still a trench all the way around all of them.
Did you get it from a contractor or?
No, that's just
Road and
verbally
Bridge
from
or-
Lionel, Road and Bridge.
Okay.
But that's who we'd have do it. Honestly, now that especially that we have the asphalt capabilities. Those buildings there's a mechanics lien tied up those buildings right now. So the contractor that was doing the electrical on that is actually probably who I would hire to do it, since he's the one, he does other electrical for us at the airport. He's the contractor that I found that I trust the most out of all that we've used. So to get him to get in there and finish the electrical, I think it's at 90% done right now. It wouldn't be a whole lot to have that finished out. That's really all that needs to be done.
So, but has he been paid for the 90% that he did?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't see those books, but there's a mechanics lien on the building. So the
So explain
electrician
to me what that would mean.
we can't touch it as far as I know.
What do you mean we can't touch it?
If it was available to
You couldn't
use,
finish it? You mean?
yeah, I don't think we can. If we could, I'm not
mechanics
sure
lien?
that we can legally even occupy it.
It's actually, they're in possession of it more or less.
Yes, sir.
That's
That's
what they
that's
can
my
possess it. I don't think they could possess the ground it's at, no.
No, but we could always have them remove it. You're right. Yes, sir.
I mean, yeah, I guess they could remove it if they wanted to, but the ground that's inside of it is the airport's ground. If you rent a plane to set on that piece of our property, but you can't help it that building is there, that they have a lien on.
Yeah, but again, I'm not sure what, again, legally, what can we do
Well,
to finish that building out? I don't know.
That's.
I know that we could get it done.
But you're not
pretty
you're not renting, you don't have planes in it now?
No, there's two hangars,
And that's
12
all
units,
all we're lacking is the electrical.
pavement and electrical, yes. And, the certificate of occupancy,
Need
that's all.
to go in
inspection.
there and get Jim to working on that.
Is that FPS who has the lien?
No, I think it's Tesla Tech, who is our the electrical contractor, and then Western Steel, who were the erectors. That's what I've seen on the paperwork. Y'all may have seen the same.
And they didn't get paid from North Star or
FPS.
FPS. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Western Steel and Tetra Tech or Tesla?
Tesla Tech, yeah. And in my estimation, all that gets handled with one stroke of the pen if and when FPS gets cut a check from the carrier or from
Yeah, but we all know
RPA.
how that goes.
Yeah, but you're losing whatever you get lease money, you're losing every day, and chances of getting that back is,
Yeah.
I would think you need to go and sit down with Jen and trying to figure out if we have the ability to lease a spot where that building sits to somebody to put their plane.
But if they lock that door, you can't open that door to get to
It's
it.
our-
I don't
our
think they
property
can
is
lock the
under
doors,
it.
can they?
It's, I don't know,
They can?
no,
They got that far?
kind of a catch.
Well,
22.
the
Yeah.
doors don't go up and down because there's no electricity. So if we put electricity on the doors, yeah, they can be locked.
Well, we're not gonna put the electricity on them.
Yeah.
So maybe you guys can get with Jen.
Yeah, we could. And the only other thing I'll mention is that waiting list, that I've talked about in the past where it goes up and it's down. Right now, it's down. We don't have anybody on the waiting list.
Oh, they probably know you don't have. places to rent, though.
That's the precipitous effect, yeah. That they know we don't have hangars. Once the word gets out, we don't have hangars, we'll probably start seeing people pop
So
up.
do you have any other hangars that have liens on them?
No, just those two, as far as I know. And then if we put the pavement in and even if we did one at a time, as somebody comes onto my waiting list and says, hey, I need a hangar, if we just did nothing but put pavement in front of that hangar and electrified that single unit with the breaker, we might be able to do that.
That's the gym.
Yeah,
Already.
I didn't know you could put mechanically on government property.
It's on the building itself. It's not, I don't think it's clearly not on the land. I think it's just on the building, the improvement. And Jen's the one that sent me the legal paperwork on that mechanics lien.
Alrighty.
So and I heard what y'all were saying this morning too about the pay increases with the step increases and everything. So I'm also in agreement with you that needs to be standardized across the board. I always budget a step increase. And then if if I can't justify it, then it would just stay in the budget. It would just go back into the fund, but I put it in there because more often than not, my team members go above and beyond and it's justifiable. Occasionally I have a two-step increase that I'll recommend for a person here and there. So
I don't think we're against the single step increases and possibly not the double, but I think there have been triple that have been administered sometimes more than once a year.
Yep.
Which is a flagrant abuse.
I've never done that.
No, I wasn't saying you have.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Any other questions on airport? That it's insurance that's going to stand out the most, and then our inability to make money, which we've talked about how we can do that. So I'd be happy to sit down with Jen and see what we can do.
Anything with EMC,
With what?
emergency management?
Do you
What number
anticipate
is
any
that?
grants coming up where you might need money from a general fund
For EMC or airport?
for the airport?
Yes, sir. 2025. That's when we'll be eligible again for the next.
In 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so not this.
No, not
this budget, just-
not in this.
12.
budget, No, sir.
Okay.
Uh-huh. No, for EMC,
I didn't.
now that we're starting to get some folks that are getting the training that's needed to hold down a NIMS position in our Emergency Operations Center. NIMS is the National Incident Management System, ICS Incident Command System. That's the FEMA training that you kind of need to have if you're going to work in emergency management. But as we're starting to get some industry and department specific training done, those folks, in my estimation, are going to be the ones that hold down the section chief position if and when we activate the EOC. So I think it may be considered you may consider allowing these folks to go to that training using the EMC budget rather than the budget from their own departments. For
That's what
example,
I was thinking.
yeah, for example, I've mentioned and Jackie and I've talked about taking the NIMS financial section chief course. It's a week long. doesn't really cost anything to take the class, but it costs something to get there and eat lunch and stuff like that per diem. And generally, those are going to be in Corpus or Victoria, so it's close enough that we can get done every day. It should just be out of her office, but I think that it's important and that's part of my agenda, is to push that training as much as possible. Emily Guerrero took the PIO course last week. She was in College Station. That's just where it happened to be offered. And so she took it. That cost a little bit more, but that we should consider taking that out of the EOC budget or the EMC budget rather than department budgets. So having said that, I think the conference budget just for me this year chewed up everything that was in there. So we might consider adding some more money to the conference and training budget.
Can you give me an estimated number?
I think you could probably double it, and I could get every department head that has industry specific NIMS training coming up. We could probably get them to that.
So you double the 2,000 to 4,000 is what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Mhm.
I just put that in.
And I will ask Mike, we need to have copies of anybody who got those certifications. Because we have to keep that in our office also.
Okay. Now those
Anytime
are
they get them.
right. So and that's done on Preparing Texas. I'll just give you my transcript. Is that something that?
I'm not sure what all we need on
The
it.
transcript will work, or
Okay.
whatever the certification page.
Yeah, that too. That's generally,
Mhm.
that's an attachment on the transcript. So yeah, I'll get that for you. And then,
Thank you.
and I'll remind anybody that goes to training that they need to get that also to the
Right.
auditor's department.
Mhm.
And can you think of anybody else that might need that? Okay.
HR, it
Okay.
probably in your personnel file, but
So on the travel and meals, are we keeping that at the 3,000 then? We're not doubling that also?
Actually, that's a good point. It probably doesn't need to go into conference because they're not going to a conference, they're going to a training. It's going to be travel and meals. That's where we need to put it.
okay,
So-
so take the 2,000 out of your conference
Yeah.
line.
Mhm. Well, yeah, so conference line then would be 2,000, not 4. And then put 2,000 in travel and meals for a total of 5. That should do it.
All right.
Thank you all very much for going into your lunch hour. I
Thank-
appreciate you letting me do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lunchtime.
Lunch.
We're gonna break for lunch. We'll be back in an hour.
So is that 1:15? Or is
Yeah.
that 1:30?
What time do you need? Oh. let's see.
Yeah, and we're done with those.
All
So
right.
we can just let Elle know to come in at 1:30?
Yeah, let's come back at 1:30.
Good morning or good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon. Thank you.
So. We're going to talk about environmental health first.
Correct.
Okay, 40.
All right. Y'all have any questions?
Well,
Pretty-
you've given us a packet.
That's for the transfer station.
Okay.
Just the transfer station. So overall, environmental health is just, there's just a few little increases here and there. I did try to stop by HR, but there was nobody there to find out if I've had any applicants for my OSSF position.
You were adding uniforms. I think that's the only thing I had a note about.
Uniforms, and then
Oh,
we
that's
asked
for the mosquito control, folks.
also for,
Yeah,
code enforcement, so that when they go on people's
Okay.
properties, they'll know who we are. And then also for code enforcement, we were asking for a camera. One of our cameras broke, so the guys are sharing one right now. I would like to look at one that has the GPS coordinates on it. It'll make it easier when we're trying to identify properties. To actually have a GPS when we take it to court, that the picture has the GPS on it and the date and time.
do you have an idea what that cost might be?
I do not know. I think I put in about $600.
You know, didn't they have one at Road and Bridge that they did on street signs and stuff? They put the GPS coordinates on it. You might ask them.
Yeah, I'll have to ask them. I did borrow a camera from them, but it doesn't have, it's not a fancy camera. That's what one of the guys is using right now. I appreciate Road and Bridge and everything that they let me borrow.
I think that they had one that they were using to mark where street signs and stuff were.
Okay, I'll ask David.
Maybe
the
find
location.
out if the kind they got's any good.
Do your people or do your code enforcers have cell phones, county cell phones, or do we pay them a cell phone allowance?
Yes, a cell allowance.
We do give them a cell allowance?
Yes, sir.
So there's an app that you could take pictures and it has a stamp on it.
Yeah, I've shown them that app and their concern is that they are not allowed to go on property, so they have to take them from the street. So if they have a camera that they can zoom in and get closer,
Mhm.
that's what they like to do when they're taking pictures
Okay.
of stuff on properties.
And it won't let you zoom in with that app to take the timestamp or,
Probably not as close as they want to get.
oh, okay.
Yeah, but I have shown them that app. I don't know which one you're talking about, but the one I have on my phone is like GPS.
Yeah, I can't remember. I
Camera.
used to use for my previous job. We had
Yeah.
to do that.
So I use that with the tree surveys, so I can do a ping right where the tree is at.
So is the amount for the camera in here, or did you say it's not in here?
It was in there under
Okay.
miscellaneous supplies
You,
or
Is it-
equipment. It
I
was
don't-
like $600.
are you talking about in environmental health?
Environmental health.
Yeah, I don't, there's $500 in miscellaneous supplies,
Okay,
but
the addition.
470, there's.
in 470, yes, you do have 3,500. Is that where you put that?
Yeah.
For the camera,
Okay,
for the camera. So it's
Alright.
in there.
So it is in there under miscellaneous.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right.
yes, it looks like she's got two different miscellaneous.
Yeah.
Okay, I was looking at 470.
470, yes, ma'am.
All right,
Okay.
we'll move on to. If there are no further questions, I'll move on
Mosquito? Or what are we doing?
to 84, page 84.
You know, and actually, now that I'm seeing this, if you look at 570, it looks like that's where you put your new camera.
Office furniture and equipment?
Yes, ma'am. That's where that note is
That's
for
where they,
under the $2,000. If you look at your screen,
You see,
that's where they
Yeah.
usually put computers and stuff too. isn't it? And the
yes, sir.
desk and-
Oh, right. And along with
Okay.
the permit
Mhm.
filing cabinet, the large one that we need, that's different than just a regular one.
so not 470, but in 570.
Yes, ma'am.
right, moving on to mosquito control, page 70, I'm sorry, 84.
Okay. So I have your 103 line. I added this in because Elle did rearrange a little bit of her salary. She has one employee who is working either transfer station, environmental health, or mosquito, and coding it to his timesheet in that manner, and we're charging it. So we never had a budget in the 103.
Right.
Before, we probably should add a little bit there.
And then what about?
I'm sorry. And then also the mechanic when he's working on the,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So I'd like to be able to withdraw from mosquito control when our mechanic is working on the mosquito trucks. And also when our supervisor for the mosquitoes is out there spraying. Pull that part of their salaries out of mosquito control,
So
since it's directly related.
103 should be should have an amount there then?
Well,
It does, it has 8,000.
we are going to put and that one is so hard to tell because it's not every week or every pay period. It just whenever he logs time working under mosquito control.
Right.
So it's not a set percentage that I can
No, I
budget there.
understand, kind of like public facilities.
Right, right.
And so they have been tracking that since I'd say April, May. They've been putting it on their timesheets now so that we can see what it would need to be budgeted for
Okay.
2014 or 2024. 2024.
Well, it looks like you need at least $8,000, right? Because you're 8,000 year to date.
Yes, so when what has hit so far is the 3,400. So if you're looking, that's 5 months left. I
Projected
estimated,
8,000.
yes, sir. That's just a good guess.
That's a good guess.
But what you're telling us, that we're gonna have another number in there the next time we see this page.
I would say, how about putting in another $8,000
Okay.
for that, and then we'll just go from there moving forward.
Because we do have 4 to 5 part-time mosquito control.
But that's a different line item.
Right.
Oh, okay. So that line item would just be for when the mechanic is working on those vehicles and when the supervisor.
And I will remind commissioners that this is funded through healthcare sales tax, so it does not affect the general fund.
Maybe we could put them in there full time.
Didn't we talk about that one time?
No.
Is there a reason that
He
we?
did, but he does so much at the they do so much at the transfer station that it's,
just joking.
yeah. We're trying to split it between the two departments that he actually works at.
And this includes the new sprayer truck. That's what 580 is, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then under small equipment and tools,
We had a sprayer to add an additional new sprayer purchase.
Okay.
And then just miscellaneous tools that are needed when they're working.
okay. I just made a note that I thought last time it was going to go down $800, but it's going to be used in tools and another sprayer.
And for chemical supplies, you would anticipate an increase.
Yes.
Probably.
And that number really does fluctuate. You know, we buy a bunch at one time and then if we're lucky enough, like we've had a good year so far, we haven't had to spray much lately.
The chemicals like pay for.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I guess actually all of that.
Okay.
All right, we'll move on.
Hmm.
51. Transfer station fund, page 151. And you have presentation?
Yes.
All right.
So the transfer station is really which are our largest dollar amount. We are supposed to be supporting ourselves with what we make coming in. And that's why I just put together a little PowerPoint to really see everything that the transfer station does, because we are more than just a dump. We do have a lot of other activities that are going on in there. So I just made, and I didn't make it into a PowerPoint that I sent to Colin, because I thought you guys would want to write notes on it. So just going forward, some of it is just pictures from 1974. I'm sorry, 94.
Is it going to be overhead for the audience or no?
No, I'm
Okay.
sorry, I didn't send it to Colin, but I'm happy to send it to Colin afterwards. So it's just a couple of pictures of what the transfer station looked like when it was originally opened. And what the building originally looked like that we no longer have. So we're really just trying to, come up with a solution as to what's going to happen with the transfer station as Aransas County grows. And so we have a couple of options that are really available. Number one is there's the property that's located to the west of the transfer station. That there currently is no development on that property. However, it does have 3 different owners. So it makes it a little bit of a challenge if you would try to purchase that property. Somebody might want to hold out for a large dollar amount. And then the other option is we keep the transfer station the same size, but we just provide better, newer equipment so that we can push.
That's page 6.
Yes, I'm sorry, page 6, slide 11.
So, if you're already talking to those people.
No. No, I did not. I've never
So-
mentioned it.
So
to
maybe
them.
we should talk to them. The county owns 10 acres down the road. So maybe we can swap property I think what we have is probably better than,
Probably. It's just, I don't know how those 3 homeowners or owners. I mean, that's not something I would talk to somebody about. That's not my
but I mean,
place.
maybe we need to get somebody to do it because we have 10 acres right down the road. To deal with a deal that one might want more for their portion than the other, we swap them. That's probably better land, I think, down there than what they have.
That was real low and it's away from the transfer station,
Yeah.
away from the
Yes,
transfer
away from the
station.
transfer station. I think that's an option rather than spend money, we just swap what we already have.
Right.
Al, did you happen to mention while I was writing some things down? In that white rectangle, how much that is, how many acres?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you have an idea?
No.
The
Okay.
white
I would-
rectangle being the existing. transfer
No,
station.
what she's anticipating we might buy, I think.
Yes, the white rectangle is actually the one that has the 3 owners. I feel like it's like 10 acres, but I'm not sure. And I remember looking at it at one time when I was first started at the transfer station. I looked at that property and I was like, oh, this is an option for something to expand, because it's easier for a transfer station to expand than it is to shut one down, relocate it and open it somewhere else. That
I think
is
so.
very difficult
Or
to do.
maybe-
So expansion is an option, or, just moving, since we are a transfer station, we're not a landfill, just moving the debris and stuff out as quickly as possible. So those are the 2 options that are kind of available to us right now. I am proposing that we increase our fees at the transfer station.
What?
So our solid waste would go up 1 penny and our brush would go up 1 penny
1 penny per
per pound.
1,000.
Yeah.
Per pound?
Per pound, I think we go by pound, 1 ton. No,
Yeah.
it's a pound.
Okay.
Yeah, we weigh everything by pounds at the transfer station.
So you think that's what it takes to make you
Viable?
pay your way?
Yes. That's what would it take to make us be able to pay our way for this year.
But we still need to look at either option 1 or 2, or maybe some combination
Some combination of that,
to maybe expand and possibly upgrade the equipment.
correct. When you expand, then you're gonna have to additional cost of the fencing that's gonna be need to put around, transfer stations have to be enclosed. It'd be nice to have security cameras out there back on our hill, that kind of area. more, we'd have to add an additional for security out there. So there's additional costs when it comes to purchasing the land that we would need to factor in other than just the purchase price of the land.
So then with the new rates, the figures on page 150, excuse me, would probably be recalculated and increased, correct? Okay. All right.
So on page 7 is how I did the calculations for just the increase of the 1 penny. So I just took what we had done through January through July for this year, the 7 cents, and then I increased it with the 8 cents, and it gave me the difference for August through December. I just took the average. And that's what gave me my dollar amount for that. So for the difference in the solid waste, it comes at about 88,000. The difference in the brush comes to 52,000 as an increase. So that gets us to about 140, which is something that would help us. The cost of our equipment is something I don't think that ever gets really factored in. You know, we're currently requesting that we get a larger loader, and that currently is about 265,000. So that's a large amount of money for us to be able to just pull out of the air. So if we have this increase and we can continue to save parts of it every single year so that we can finally get to where we can purchase a loader, or, you know, if we need another piece of equipment, we'd be able to do that.
What is your fund balance going to be at the end of this year?
Right now it's at about 380. Is that correct?
Well, we anticipate it being about $370,000. About 370 at the end of this year. Yes, sir.
Like you said, you buy a piece of equipment, that's $200,000.
Right.
So
Almost 300, yeah.
Yeah. So the loader that we were quoted was 265 for that one loader. So, and then, you know, it's important that we continue to like bring in new dumpsters, that the ones that are getting old, that we take those out of the service and that we bring in new ones. So I didn't factor any of those in this year. I don't believe I did. Because Valerie had just purchased two of them last year. So I thought we could wait another year or two. It's because those ones are in good shape. The real big thing is when they start to get holes in them and leak, they can't leak. They can't leak when they're going down the highway. So we have to take them out of service. Okay.
Were we going to buy that front end loader with ARPA money? Or was that coming
No,
out of her
we-
account?
We bought a backhoe with the ARP,
Okay.
the ARPA money.
The backhoe. So I just wanted to bring your attention to some of the other items at the transfer station. So on page 8, right now we were fortunate that we were able to get funded for a mechanic. However, we don't have a building for our mechanic. So if you look at the top slide, page 15, that is how our mechanic works on our equipment. We have a tarp up for him. He drags over a large fan. He works on the equipment during the day. It's very hot out there. And so in discussion with their superintendents or supervisors for the transfer station, they are willing to forego the loader for now if we could work on getting a building for our mechanic so that we can keep him. And one of the other things was there's this concrete slab that I guess was from like an old animal control or a bird sanctuary, is what I was told. That we do have. So we could use that and we could put this carport over that to give him a more permanent shade area until the building can be erected. We have quotes for this carport. They're about $15,000. Right now, Facilities is reviewing them. Facilities said that they would assist us in building it if that's what we needed. So they're reviewing them to see which one would be the best option. Basically, the easiest one for us all to build together. If we were able to get that, then that would have to come out of our fund balance because we are not budgeted for that.
But I think this is imperative.
I think so too, especially because we really do want to keep our mechanic. It's a great asset to have him when our equipment breaks down. He's able to, and our equipment breaks down a lot. So he's able to get in there. He's able to fix it right away. He has, where did I put it?
Would we add that 15,000 onto this budget that's on page 151? Where would you put that?
Actually, oh, I'm sorry.
No.
It would come out of this year's budget. We would do an amendment and put it in this year's budget
okay.
instead of waiting till next year.
right?
I'm fine with that, but that'll have to be an item on the agenda. for
Yes,
us. Okay.
So if you skip over to page 13, that bottom slide is the transfer station's mechanic service truck. And basically what happened was we took an old mosquito truck, took the sprayer off, and he's revamped it into this temporary service truck. That truck is not viable for him to drive that down to Corpus Christi. So when a truck breaks down in Corpus Christi, we have to basically call fleet maintenance, ask them for assistance just to get him down there with equipment in order for him to repair anything that happens on the side of the road when we're in Corpus Christi.
I saw him in this the other day. You know, he wasn't there when I came out and you
Mhm.
said, I wish you could have seen that truck. But I saw him driving down the highway the other day and I thought, there it goes.
Yeah, and if you look, I mean, he's got things bolted onto it and carrying a ladder that he has bungee strapped to it. So it's not necessarily the best vehicle for him, but, and he takes that back to Road and Bridge every night. So he goes over to Road and Bridge, picks it up and brings it over to us because we don't have any place for him to store that equipment and keep it safe, safeguarding it at night. So the Juan Jimenez, who is the current supervisor for the transfer station, he and I went last week and we went over and visited the Rockport Auto Clinic because they've erected a new building recently, a new Mueller building, and they were wonderful. Alan and Beth gave us a walkthrough of the property, kind of gave us a heads up on what they did wrong, what they would like to have done differently, and what really worked out for them. So that was a great conversation to have as far as what we should be looking for or trying to move forward with building a new building for us. And their building is much larger than what we would want or probably need. It did take them about 7 months to get it completed. So that's just one thing that.
7? You said?
7 months. Mhm. And they did a lot of the interior work themselves.
Now, this is in addition to the carport for the
Correct.
work during the day. Okay, just want to be
Correct.
sure I've got this.
Yep. So on page 10, it kind of shows you the layout of our property. And the red would be where we could put the mechanic shop. So the proposed generator location has already been taken into consideration. When he was out, we did talk to him about that, where we would propose to like to have our new building. So the orange area is the equipment bays like they have over at Road and Bridge that are just open bays where the equipment could be stored so that it's out of the weather. That would be something we would look for in a future budget, maybe 2025, 2026, something future. And then the green is the little carport area. So they kind of all are in the same area together. And then the next slide is going to be on page 11 is going to be just a picture of the loader that we had gotten the quote on. And then the safety rails that we were requesting. And I noticed that in this original picture, there's no safety rails up. And I don't know if that was not something that was needed back in those days. But the OSHA safety rails are a requirement. And that's on page 11, the bottom slide. And then.
And may I ask a question?
Mhm.
So what's in back of those dumpsters? That's where the people pull in with their trucks and back up and then throw the stuff into those trailers.
Correct.
Yeah. We had an employee fall there a few years ago from the top of that concrete onto the ground. Fortunately, he survived without major damage, but a safety railing would be an excellent idea.
Yes. And so I haven't had the time to get any quotes, but we've been looking at an option where the rails could be like, it could be a section where the rails are removed so that when dump trailers come in, the rails could be removed so that the dump trailers could push out their debris quickly. And then on page 12, it just shows the difference between how our liquids are being captured right now. You can see the picture from 1994 where there's that nice concrete slab underneath. And in 2023, you can see that there's pretty much no concrete slab underneath any of those liquids. It is a requirement to have some way of to contain liquids. So if they get spilled on the ground, they're not seeping into the ground and contaminating it.
What happened to the concrete slab?
I don't know. I don't know if they just got broken up over the years, if something happened during the hurricane. But you can kind of see there's something was there.
You might ask Juan. He's been out there a long time.
Yeah,
Have they been relocated or anything?
no, they're in the exact same location.
Because with the tank sitting on it, I don't see how the slab could have got tore up
Yeah.
unless they moved the tank to somewhere else. Maybe that's the empty slab you found out.
So on page 12, we're really happy about the fact that we have our roll-up truck and our trailer is up and running. So that's been so we've only had a couple weeks where we've been actually able to use it. But I'm glad that they got it up and they're getting it running. So if you look at page 13 on slide 25, just going off of the estimates, if we're saving $100 a day in gas from going down to the transfer station, we got $500 a week. So $2,000 a month would be our gasoline savings. It did take us about $3,000 to get the trailer back up and running. The cost of the trailer is almost $64,000. So it would take us almost 3 years of just saving that $2,000 a month in order for us to be able to purchase another trailer. But it's important that, we're able to just do 2 loads a day. And on our really busy times during holidays, we'd be able to do 3 loads a day, which means 6 dumpsters with that truck and trailer.
And is that the only loads we have going over? There's not another truck that's also taking a trailer. It's
No.
just this one. Okay.
Just this one. We take this one on Fridays. Our other driver, he is not trained up to do a trailer yet. The one that we have doing the trailer, he actually came from FedEx, so he's got the trailer experience from going over the road. Our other driver does not have that experience yet. He does have a trailer endorsement. He just needs to practice. And so they're going to be working with him to get him up to speed so that he can also be taking the trailer down also. But again, we hook it up to one truck because it's very difficult for them to take it off and on the truck.
Okay.
It's not something they want to do. So it's hooked up to one truck right now, and our driver that works Monday through Thursday is the one who takes it.
So then on Friday, we have a separate truck and it's just taking over the loads the old fashioned way.
The one load, right. And Thursday is usually our slowest day at the transfer station, one of our slower days. Tuesday's definitely a busy day. Everybody over the weekend has cleaned their debris. They want to bring it in. Wednesday's kind of okay, but Thursday's a slow day. So we don't really have a lot of trash coming in on Friday. So doing one load 3 times a day is fine.
Good. Okay.
So that's how we've been trying to work out how to save on our transportation costs down to Corpus Christi. And then one of the other items that I wanted to add to our budget, and just assuming that we're going to be able to save our $2,000 monthly, would be the new walkie-talkies that are on page 10. Currently, we are borrowing, again, thank you, Mike Gear, borrowing equipment from the airport. They've loaned us their old walkie-talkies. It's important that our guys are able to really clearly hear when they're saying which dumpster the weight is going into. And also when an emergency happens on site, it's important that they're able to communicate with each other and hear each other clearly. And so these new walkie-talkies have really helped with the static. They're a much pricier one. The other ones that we have are like $50 a piece. But
So have these been added into the 2024 budget?
no, they were not. Not yet.
So this is a combination of things that you would like to have done part in this year and then going forward into 2024? And then some wish list for sometime in the future?
Sometime in the future, yes. We would definitely like to get the carport done as quickly as possible. So this year. The walkie-talkies, as long as the airport continues to allow us to borrow them. We can probably hold off to those until January.
It was the
And
total cost on the walkie-talkie, $1,600.
16, 15,
1614.
16, 14. Yep, sorry. And I just got that off of Amazon this morning. And that's for 6 packs.
Only one left in stock.
Yeah.
So,
That's probably because they're coming out with the 2024 version.
oh, maybe.
Probably need to stick with the 2023 version. And so then when you look at page 14, I think one of the things that I wanted to talk about was the abandoned vehicles that we have on the side of the roads. I don't think people realize that that becomes a transfer station. It becomes something that the transfer station has to deal with. We don't necessarily. So we had one that was on the side of the road over on Banty. We actually went out to the side of the road on Banty and we demolished that one on site because it was so destroyed. By the time we got to it, it was so destroyed that there was no way we could get it to the transfer station. We have 2 others right now that are sitting at the transfer station, and those are the ones on page 14 on the bottom. One of them was towed there. It cost $850 to have it towed. That was towed by the sheriff's department. It was impounded, and then the people never came to pick it up. The other one is also another one that came off of another roadway, side of the road. That one is $650 to have it towed. We've gone through the process. We're almost at the very end of getting them to be county property, abandoned property, and then we can destroy them. So destroying them takes time that the guys have to do, and then the cost of taking it down to the landfill in Corpus Christi. So the one that we did on the side of the road, that one was $350 just for the dumping fees to take it down to Corpus Christi. These other 2 are much larger. So I'm going to say probably about $400 to $500 just to have the dump fees done for those.
Is there anything in there that can be recycled as an offset?
Maybe on the outside, I don't see anybody going inside of those. I would not have my guys go inside of those to look for stuff to recycle just because of where they came from and what the interior of them really looks
So,
like.
Al, have you used you have a budget line item that we've used in the past for demoing
So
derelict houses? Have you used that money yet?
the abatement line comes out of environmental health, and that is for homes.
This looks like environmental health.
Elle and I had discussed this before, and we had talked about her using the abatement for it. And that's not an issue as long as she doesn't have.
We don't
a home
have
or
any.
something.
Have we come up with any houses to demo? Or
Not that we have permission to.
And
We have a list.
I mean, there's still $8,000 this year in it, so there's plenty of money in there. And we did budget another 10,000 for next year to help take care of this.
So do you get called for all abandoned vehicles?
Pretty much somehow we do get involved with them. There's currently the one that's on the bypass. That is in the city of Rockport, and it's also on Tech Dot right away. So that is not necessarily Aransas County's problem. However, I did get a call last week about that because they cannot get anybody to come and pick it up. And I understand that, dealing with the towing companies, I understand that, because how a towing company works is if something's on the side of the road, they pick it up, they take it back to their yard. And then after a certain amount of time, it becomes their property and then they can sell it off. Well, these ones that are getting abandoned on the side of the road are not worth the $850 or $650 just in towing fees. So when I spoke with the city of Rockport last week, I explained to them the situation and that if we, the transfer station, did come out there and, help them with that situation, that we would need to charge them for getting that off the side of the road and for demolishing that and doing all the paperwork to get it into the county's name so that we could demo it, because it takes about 30 to 45 days. So I have not heard back from the city of Rockport. I told them it'd probably be about $1,500 to $2,000 that it would cost to get that one off the side of the road. I haven't heard back from them. So.
All right.
And that is a large problem in the county. There's many abandoned boats. We get boats also. But RVs are one of our larger one right now. And that's taxpayer money. So you're paying $2,000 to tow something off the side of the road and the taxpayers are paying for it.
They can't go after the owner. They can't even find the owner.
You can't find the owners. They scrape off that bin, they do a really good job of not. And the one that got brought in by the sheriff's office, the people did not have documentation to even prove that they had bought that RV or I'm sorry, it's a fifth wheel. And so the sheriff's office, the people just walked away from it. And that's why the sheriff's office got stuck with a $850 bill for towing. So we'll get it demoed for them and then we'll get it down to Corpus Christi.
Are you going through any more pages?
Yes, I was going to show you just on page 15, just shows our 2020 Mack truck, which is currently at the shop down in Corpus Christi. That is the one that we just recently had repaired for about $30,000. I don't know if it'll ever really be the same truck that it was back in 2020 because of all the damage that happened to it, but they're working on it. The last estimate I got was about $2,000 to get it repaired. That's our newest truck. That's the truck we really need to be using for that trailer.
Did it get hit?
No, I'm not exactly sure what happened to it back in November. Something came loose and destroyed it. But in March is when we finally got it to the shop and got it fixed. And it was about $30,000 to get that repaired. So that took a large chunk of our maintenance money away from us. But it's a $163 vehicle that you can't just let sit there. You got to get it fixed.
63,000.
63,000. Yep. So we had to get it fixed and get it back into service. And then we do the mulching. So, people bring in their brush and it costs us about $27,000 to have all that brush made into mulch. The contractor, part of his contract is to take a huge amount of that mulch away because having too much mulch on site is a huge fire safety hazard for the county. So we are almost done with our mulch for the year. And we don't double grind anymore. We only single grind. And that was because it was causing some kind of air pollution and we were getting complaints. And then the other thing that we do for the citizens is you can bring in your tires. And every about 4 to 6 weeks, that tire trailer gets full. And it costs us $2,300 every time they come and pull that tire trailer out and bring us a new one.
So do you charge for the tires that people bring in?
We do charge for the tires. It goes by pound. So it's not something that's separated out. So I can't tell you if we're making our money back off of that or if we're making just a portion, but something, we get something back.
So Will, the mulch that the grinded company hauls off,
Mhm.
Do you have to pay them to haul it off?
No, it's part of their contract. So that's something that they worked out and I'm sure they take it somewhere and they probably sell it, but it out of our area so that we have more room because, people keep bringing it in and bringing it in. And then there's only so much we can have on site before we would have an issue with TCEQ for the fire part of it.
You just charge a regular solid waste fee when people bring in tires.
Yes.
I guess that's better. If you're going to charge a separate fee, you weren't concerned about tires not making it to the landfill, right?
Right. Yeah, we talked about trying to do a separate fee and how would we be able to do that? Because people bring in a truck and then they have like one tire and then they would have to come back out and weigh and then they would go back in there and put the tire. So we've talked about that a little bit because in Corpus Christi, they do charge by tire. But we've decided for now, it's easier for us to just continue to go this way with our solid waste at the 7 cents, 8 cents next year.
Probably cuts down on tires being dumped on the side of the road also.
Yeah, we had that tire roundup earlier this spring and we really only got about a half a trailer. So we're not going to do that every year. And that was free and not the county, but the
Keeper Inns is beautiful, I think.
Was part of that. Right.
So did you load the ones you had in the trailer on that trailer? The tires that you had on hand, did they go with the other?
Yes, we did. Yes. Mhm. So And then the next couple of slides are just the new signage that we were putting up at the transfer station. It's really helped with people driving into the transfer station on a Monday and then getting upset because we're closed, or driving into the transfer station and realizing that we only take cash and check and turning around being upset. So this outside sign has really helped. And then as far as the recycling, it's starting to help cut that down. We did move our recycling center so it's across from the scale, so that the person who's working on scale does have binoculars and they can see what's going on over there. So that people aren't, because we did have people throwing a lot of strange things in there. We don't take, and people don't know that we don't take food can items. So what we can take at the recycling center depends on what the recycler is willing to accept, and he does not take food can items. So people will, you'll bring your can of corn and you'll throw it in there in the aluminum can, and we have to go through and have to sort that all back out. He won't take them.
So are you still having trouble with people throwing their trash in with the brush when they?
No.
You were having to sort that stuff?
Yeah, not as much as we were, because we do have that additional person on site. And then we also have binoculars. We have 2 sets of binoculars now. One's in the scale house and one's up on the hill. So we're able to watch the people. So even if somebody's not right there in that machine or whatever, watching that brush pile, somebody on the hill can still see what's going on over there. So that's lessened. And so then this little page is just a little floor plan. The guys had come up with like their wish list of what they'd like for a new building. And we have not gotten any quotes.
Is this the building that would go on
For the mechanic shop? Mhm.
that we talked about earlier? This
Yes.
isn't another building.
No, this is that building for the mechanic shop. And since, we are a public good, and even though we are supposed to, fund ourselves, I don't know if we'll ever be able to come up with the funds to build ourselves a building. And I know we're waiting on insurance money. But that could be a while.
Did you have a building before?
We did have a building before. Mhm. It wasn't a mechanic building like we have, what we were asking for now, because we didn't have a mechanic. We
Was
just-
that also up on the hill that time?
Mhm.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Yep. And we do have a little shop up there, a little Dirksen shop up there for the guys to get in the AC, because it is hot out there. So. And I just wanted you guys to have this, these
No,
slides and
thank you.
stuff so that you would be able to take some notes. So if you have any questions about the transfer station and the budget,
Well, I think we're going to need a revised budget sheet for a couple of the departments.
Are there any
Some-
options to finance transfer station buildings without going to the county general fund? Do we know of any options?
You could always do a CO or something that would build that.
To limit it just for the transfer station where they would?
I mean, it depends on what size you want to do. You could always bundle some stuff, but that would be one mechanism. I mean,
And that would be to dedicate the transfer station funds to pay for something like that?
you could structure it that way. Could be a combination where it's combination of revenue and tax. It would just. I'm not sure other than that, or taking out some kind of loan, but a bond issue would be the one that would actually spread the payments over the period where the people that are going to use it 20 years down the road are paying for it, instead of it just coming out of general fund and the current taxpayers funding it all. Would be a way to fund something like that.
That would probably be the best option for something like that. The people that use it pay for it, right?
Mhm.
any other questions?
Thanks for the homework.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great
Appreciate
day.
Bye. All right. Next up, Judge Bauer is tied up in court, so
There's not any changes to their budget. If you have any questions, please just let me know.
Okay, well, Let me look real fast at her page.
16,125.
16.
Number.
$125 is, I just heard you say it, that's the county, the clerks reports, the county court reporters. That's any reports or what is the word I'm looking for? Transcripts for trials and stuff. Those get charged there. It is revenue that comes from some fines and fees, and then we pay for those out of that.
I think she explained last time about the changes in the legislature where we have to pay the jurors more.
Yes,
So
ma'am,
we
and
don't have a say in it.
that is budgeted as well as the extra for the attorney's fees because of the load and the requirement for the people for appointed attorneys
And interpreters too.
and interpreters. Yes, ma'am.
Right.
All right, thank you. Next up, I'm gonna call Blake Brown, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Have any questions?
I have to get that page first.
Yes, ma'am.
I need those rubber things on my fingers.
Mhm.
Okay, and we had this conversation the other day, but just to mention it. In last year's hearings, we approved for this year covered area for, or at least an awning. I'm not sure exactly what it was going to be structured as
Yes, ma'am.
for the mechanics, so they weren't just right out in the sun like Elle was talking about her gentleman or female. And that has not been implemented yet, and you're not sure if you're going forward with that. Is that correct?
I actually spoke with Elle on Friday.
Okay.
I think she's got some better vendors than what I was going through. And if we can get some help from facilities too, that would probably help with the cost as well. I had a mechanic that was out for about almost the whole year because of military leave. So all of my guys have been, we've had plenty of room, but those two spaces are for like our bigger equipment, you know, that we can't fit inside or underneath, but it's something that I would like to do. It'd be a little extra security, especially like on a rainy day or when we have a lot of equipment that can, you know, we can't get all in one spot, or especially the heavy equipment or any heavy jobs.
I know last week I saw one of the gentlemen working. He had a beach umbrella
Yes, sir.
out in the sun working on the car.
We do what we have to do, you know, I mean, the safety and the safety of the employees driving the units and just the equipment all together. That's the main focus. I mean, we do what we got to do to get the equipment back on the road safe. Because it's not just the employees, it's the public as well. You know, we're out here and we're in our vehicles. We have to make sure they're safe going down the road.
So then we might want to move over the 40,000 that was in this, because when I saw that 15,000, I was thinking to myself, hey, this might be good for Blake.
Yes, ma'am.
So we might want to put that in for a 2024.
If I can't get it done this year,
Oh, okay.
which I probably could, I mean, if not, it could be next year if I can't. I can try though. Just have to wait on availability of the contractors.
We have 5 months.
Okay.
Okay, good.
I can get that taken care of.
That would be good to have it done this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, there's
Anything
no other
else?
questions. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We'll go with animal control. It's Lori Caesar. I believe you brought Wendy to help present.
If you guys don't mind, thought I would give an opening statement, but obviously Lori is the only one that can answer detailed questions about many things, but we've been working really hard together to come up with a unified presentation.
Wendy,
And this gives you,
I hate to ask you that, but you need to identify yourself.
I'm sorry, Wendy Laubach. I am not a member of the Animal Control Department. I'm the chair of the newly appointed Committee for Animal Welfare.
Thank you.
And
Lori Caesar, the Director for Rennes County Animal Care.
this committee is new and only met for the first time last Wednesday. So we have been scrambling very hard to get our arms around the situations that's sort of gotten much more critical in recent weeks. And that gives us, I think, the advantage of giving you a much more 30,000-foot overview of kind of where we, how we got here and why things have changed so suddenly. And here is my perspective, and I think that Lori shares it. For 5 or 6 years, this town is a charming tourist town, and for 5 or 6 years, we've had extraordinary success keeping the euthanasia rate incredibly low. It's part of our self-image. It's part of what makes us seem a welcoming community. We've been justifiably proud of it. People really don't want to see that change if we can at all avoid it, and it's been an incredible achievement. It's something that the county does, but it's also something that the county does by cooperating carefully and well with a huge army of volunteers who work really, really hard, because frankly, the county is not in the business of placing animals. It just takes them in, keeps them for however long it can, and ultimately either gives them out for adoption or has to euthanize them. Now, in recent years, a short time in the cities is 3 days. I think that's, the law doesn't require us to do more than that. But here, a short time has been more like many months. And that allows the volunteers a really decent chance to send these animals out and not have to euthanize them. Now, obviously, the longer you keep them, the more expensive it is. But if if that's really what the public wants, I would argue that it's not a bad use of tax funds. And it has been the way the department has been structured financially, for 5 or 6 years. It's kind of what people are used to. Now, what changed? One thing that changed was gradually over a period of time, our pipeline of adoptions way up north, Minnesota, Connecticut, dried up. Nobody really knows why, but clearly there was some kind of a COVID effect, and they've just got their own problems right up there now, and it's harder to move the animals. So the pressure, you always want to keep the equilibrium, dogs coming in, dogs going out. So there was more pressure if it's hard to send them out. But they were still kind of keeping a grip on things. And then we had that terrible mauling event. And in June, the number of dogs coming in, especially dogs trapped by the public, just exploded. And we don't know why, but one possibility is people were very alarmed by the mauling and started trapping up all the dogs they could possibly get their hands on. And obviously, if your entire population is trapping animals when they see them on their street, you're going to have a lot more trapped than if a few animal control officers are out there trying to trap dogs. So a lot more dogs came in the shelter. And that was sudden. It was very abrupt. Nobody really had a chance to react. The volunteers are still trying to place these animals, but they can't turn on a dime. They need time to adjust. And the animal control staff, there was no way for them to predict they suddenly were going to get a lot of animals and become critically overcrowded. So they're scrambling also, and they've lost some staff and, people out on leave, and they, a lot of factors came together to make this a sudden, very painful crisis. Now, of course, one solution to the crisis is kill all the animals in the shelter, make space. I don't think the public wants to see that. Everybody is realistic about the fact you can't keep animals forever, but you don't want to go from 5 or 6 years of we have a great community that doesn't have too much euthanasia to overnight to wholesale slaughter. You want some more kind of rationally worked out transition period. The question is, how do we buy some time? You got to get more animals out the door. You got to have fewer animals coming in. You got to get in balance. There are some things that have not been necessary for the last 5 or 6 years, and the budget hasn't changed a lot in this department, that probably ought to be revisited this year. We're probably kind of in a new world. And there are probably things we can do to make animals more adoptable, but also to just reduce the stress of more animals coming in, like neutering programs. Now, those aren't easy. because state law doesn't allow us to require neutering, but state law does give us some leverage in some situations. And if we have a budget for neutering, there are lots of times when we can probably get some animals neutered. And luckily, we're not talking about just a random assortment of animals, but animals specifically drawn from that part of the animal population that's the highest risk, because these are ones that are roaming and aren't, they have owners that aren't kind of keeping up with business. And so if we get those animals neutered, we could really try to make a dent in the number of litters that we get dumped on, the following year or 6 months later. So those are kind of my views on why things haven't changed for a long time. And now all of a sudden we're coming to you saying, we really wish you consider spending some more money on a variety of things. And to give you kind of a really brief overview, the budget that this whole department had last year was about 471,000. In June, I believe you considered an initial a draft budget that was not a huge increase, about $25,000 increase up to 496. There were only two really big changes. They clearly need a new truck, and they needed a new. At the time, the thinking was they get a new personnel door. I'll explain why that somewhat changed, but the money hasn't changed much. And now we're in July, and we've had this crisis develop, and we've had a chance to rethink, shouldn't we do some things differently? We have come up with a wish list of another going on $95,000 that we would really like to see this department spend. And I will walk through these quickly one at a time. I was surprised to learn that the shelter does not routinely vaccinate for rabies every animal that comes in. It's 1,000 animals a year. Now, it's not that none of them are getting vaccinated. Many of them are, but volunteers are paying for it. And that's lovely, but although I think it's completely rational to put the burden of adoption expenses largely on volunteers, rabies seems like a core safety duty of the county. And we've got people in there, workers working with the animals. It just seems like every animal in there should have a rabies shot. It's cheap per animal, but on 1,000 animals per year, we're talking $20,000. So that's where that budget item comes from. Now, some of that may be defrayed by grants, some of it may be defrayed by volunteers, but that's a rational budget. The other place where we really need vet intervention is neutering. As I said, you can't force people to neuter, but every time somebody has to come, well, we can neuter after a week, once or so, a week or so, whenever it is that the county, takes ownership of an animal that's not been redeemed. Then we're completely free. And even before that, if an owner comes in to redeem an animal, we know it hasn't been neutered, the animal's not really being taken care of, we can kind of really try to nudge the owner into neutering by saying, we can help with your fee, we might forgive the fine, we can help you with the cost of the neutering, we can drive your animal to the vet. There are a lot of things we can do because it's on us if that animal is neutered. I mean, it's not cheaper for us not to do it. It's cheaper to do the neutering and not suffer the problem later. And that's true whether you think you're saving animals or not. That's the vet. That would be 35,000 total. The new truck is still on here, so we haven't changed that.
So when you say 35,000, you're combining the rabies and the spaying. Okay, I just want to be sure because not everybody has what you're looking at. So they heard 20 and now they're hearing 35.
20 and 15 are both
Okay,
vet,
fine.
so 35 total for vet. 17 for the truck. It's not that the truck costs 17, it costs about 60, but there was already 43,000 in a capital expenditure budget from last year. So that we're using up all of that plus 17 for the truck. That of course means you don't have any CapEx, so you need to put in some other things that you'll see later in the list. It would be, we think, a really good idea if you could find it in your hearts to pay for by hiring a new animal control officer. The staff out there right now is 7. It's Lori is chief. There's an animal control officer who's sort of lieutenant front desk. Then there are 3 kind of generic animal control officers, one of whom is now off on maternity leave, but will be back in a month or so, we hope. And then there are 2 part-time kennel techs who are sort of cleaners, feeders like that. That is not a lot of animal control officers. They answer 800 call outs a month. And even if all 3 were there, that's a lot to split up. I mean, you can imagine it's 20 a day if it's 2 people. And I'm not talking about phone calls. I'm talking about dispatched out into the community to do something. That's a big load. And there are times, and Lori can confirm this, when they really, for safety's sake, ought to send out 2 officers on a call. And right now, you know, they don't have the coverage to do that. And so this is not just a convenience, but also a safety issue. And it would just help, I think, the public to know more people out patrolling, more people sighting. It's a public safety issue, having that kind of coverage.
You said 800 calls a month.
Yeah. It's about half sheriff dispatch and half internally generated, you know, following up on abuse and that sort of thing. It's a lot of calls. It's a surprise there were that many. It would also be a good idea, if we can see our way clear to doing it, to hire a third part-time kennel tech person. And I think this number is for half a year. The assumption was they would be hired halfway through the year. It's just a lot of work, especially if the place fills up. Keeping up with the animal excrement is a tough thing. And it's a safety issue. It's a comfort issue. It's an issue for the public coming in the front door. They also just, you know, they help give meds. There are a lot of times when the volunteers take the animals to the vet at the volunteers' expense, but they're still in cages at the shelter and they need to be given medications. There's just a lot of effort.
Might I say something before you go on, or do you want us to
Go ahead.
just wait till the end?
Go ahead.
Okay. When I first started here, there was a position that was part-time kennel tech and part-time animal control officer. That might be a suggestion to kind of help with that. I have a concern. When you listed who the officers are there now, one you said was in kind of quasi animal control officer, front desk tech. I get complaints about that front door always being locked, that there are times they can hear voices inside and ring the buzzer and there is no response. So I think that needs to be addressed. And I just wanted to put that out there, that they did used to have a position that was half kennel tech and half ACO. So that might be, all right, thank you.
Okay, I don't want to talk a lot about food upgrade, but the shelter gets a lot of advice from all sides about, you know, spending a little more on food and making sure that the food choices are consistent and the animals aren't changing. And I'm not sure whether everybody agrees that's necessary. That seems to be a public thing. Lori, of course, is always happy to be able to have a little bit more generous a food budget. And there are differences of opinion how much good it would do you, but it cannot be a bad thing. There is 8,000 in here to replace a couple of cat kennel units. There are different kinds of cat kennels in there, but there are two in particular that are kind of old and hard to clean and aren't stainless steel. I mean, it's a safety and hygiene issue, snagging, you know, disease. It's just over time for them to do it. They really could use, that's 8,000. They really could use 3,000 for a kind of super duper shop vac. It's a lot of animal excrement and it's a especially difficult job.
Is there a special shop vac?
Yeah, there is. There is
wow.
a new kennel one out. If you built a building, you could put it in your design and it would move like a central vac. But they have a portable model that I spoke with Audiment, the Humane Society, they are using, and they really like the results. It's less time, it's safer, cleaner. They're doing multiple tasks at one time, so they're not having to go back and spray and then go back and disinfect and go back. It's all in one. So you're picking it up and you're moving forward every time.
In June, the proposal was to give them a personnel door because they were in the position often of having to open these one or more of those big garage doors. And of course, they'd lose all their AC. A personnel door will enable them to fix that problem. Now, luckily, building maintenance has now sort of covered that in their budget, but it's been replaced with a recommendation for a mini split AC. So it's almost the same money. That's a safety and, you know, an electricity bill issue, a comfort issue. It's just it's inefficient to have huge doors that you have to go through.
You just want to put a mini split in.
In the offices, it would do both offices. In the bathroom. Renee was out Friday and we looked at it to see how it would function. Our big one doesn't cool those areas, even though it's separated off.
Okay.
It doesn't cool them because nobody wants to come sit in my office because it's like 80 degrees. So it's a little bit difficult.
There used to be a miscellaneous category, and the auditors reasonably trying to get everybody to quit using miscellaneous and call it what it really is. And we concluded that it really was mostly safety equipment and that they also need to upgrade that and add some safety equipment. Safety equipment includes things like the sticks they use to hook the animals with and
Catch poles, bike gloves.
gloves.
All those things that, at night, also, small things like traps need to be replaced. There's different things just to keep my people safe when they're out there.
all that adds up to almost $120,000 more than they spent last year. It's a big increase, but it's also a department that's getting a lot of public scrutiny right now. So just to wrap up before I turn it over to Lori, I want to say everybody understands you're not required, we're not trying to propose frills and luxuries. But if we're going to change from a county that successfully avoided almost all euthanasia to one that has to rely on euthanasia again, I think we owe it to the public at least to examine all our options first and take it slow and persuade everybody we've done everything humanly possible to minimize the problem. And we'll be trying to work on the long-term solutions like neutering and so forth, and just opening up new avenues for adoption and foster. And I really feel, at least personally, a big part of that task is making sure that since we're leaning on the public for a lot of the work, because we can't do all this, adoption is a huge task. County cannot take it on. We have to have good relations between the county and the volunteers. Volunteers, or this county has to sort of concentrate on its core functions of citations and safety and so on. Right, that was pretty much what I had. I wanted to say, Tamara Merson-Wren, who had to leave, she couldn't stay. And quite a large handful of people that I've talked to in the last couple of days asked me if I would speak in their names and just say, they understand nobody likes to hear more spending, but this is an issue of enormous importance to the public. And they really, really appreciate the attention paid to it and the money that can be spent on it. Okay.
Did you put, speaking of safety equipment, did you put radios in your budget, or are you getting that this
No,
year?
we did not do that this year. I'm still talking with Brooks, Mr. Brooks, Detective Brooks. I'm not sure what to call you.
Chief, Chief.
I was like, I don't know now. Chief Brooks, we're working on some old ones because, in certain situations, they can't get to their phone and they can't get any help. And they're just out there. And I start wondering where they are and texting them, and I don't get a reply. I need them to be checking in with dispatch. And it's a little longer process than we thought because of a channel and things like that, that I was not aware of, that how the process worked to get that implemented.
So does that mean it's coming next year or coming this year?
I could probably get her some figures for radios this month, and maybe she could give you all that information later.
So it might be for this year.
Could be. If it's something y'all do.
Thank you.
I was at a house when one of your ACOs was rounding up a couple of dogs, and she was on her phone, like trying to look at her phone, and had the stick, and I was like, they really need radios, Okay.
It's challenging, and too, if you get knocked down and you're down on the ground, your odds of getting help are not very successful. Chief Brooks and I have talked about that as well, that you won't get any response while you're trying to dial and you're on the ground.
Do we have some community members here that are y'all in support of this, or is that what y'all are here for? Okay. Okay. And then if y'all'd like to talk, I do have someone that signed up to talk after this. Mr. Hood, did you? What's that?
Yes, sir. I would.
Okay.
But I don't mind doing it.
After them, okay.
I didn't have a hard copy of that presentation, but that 2.5 thousand for food, that's over your. That's
An increase.
And I guess one of the concerns on that is that some of the food that the dogs eat now, being they're stressed out when they get there, when you don't have as good a quality food, a lot of times it passes through their system and contributes to the sanitary needs.
It can, and we have saved a lot of money from PAC inviting us to come and get a pallet of food, which actually is mostly Science Diet, Blue Buffalo, and those high grade foods. But I don't believe we can count on it anymore. And when I go to look at what the pricing is for a mid-grade food, it has almost tripled in price for 50 pounds. And we use, well, we were using when we're at normal capacity, about 500 pounds of food a month. Now we've almost doubled of what we're using. So I don't want to rely on an outside source. It's great when they have it, but I think we can do better. We're doing some other things in the shelter. Hopefully that will help. Everybody's taking the fear, anxiety, and stress training. I spoke with Joel Skidmore, over the head of Corpus. They use it as a scoring system to walk through. You do your walkthroughs every day and evaluate behavior conditions and that, and see where they're at. What can you do to improve that, to help alleviate stress? We will be part of the fear-free shelter. Everybody will be certified. So we'll be able to do that, to try to get the stress down, and what we can do, why we are so full, to help bring it down. So.
And you're talking about the stress of the animals or the
Yes,
stress of the staff?
stress of the animals
Okay.
goes to their health as well. And then that relates to people, and it all goes hand in hand.
Okay, I just wasn't sure.
Yes, ma'am.
To whom you were referring.
Yes, ma'am.
So you want to? Do we need to take a vote on adding
can't
this,
take a
or we can't take? a vote? Okay,
Would
So
you
we
like
did-
me to add expenses in and you can? see
Can
where it
we
stands?
think about it and maybe tell you tomorrow morning? Because I know we have some of the other people here. We have folks who want to speak. And, I want to respect the schedule as much as we can. Plus, this is a lot to digest. And I'm not sure I want to make a decision right this moment.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
we'll get back to it.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Questions?
In that case, may I close with a couple of things?
Yes.
I mentioned that we've got to work on keeping so many animals coming in, but also getting more animals out, because Lori critically needs relief from the overcrowding now. There are two things we're working on. One is temporary space. What can we get at a reasonable price and very quickly to open up some overflow space? And the other is, of course, finding adoption homes or foster homes for the animals. There is a big adoption event that we'll start with this Saturday. Probably will have more frequently, because we've just got to push these animals. We're really focusing hard on people who might not have thought very hard about fostering before, but can do it if we will really support them with help with kennels and so forth. And we'll keep that up, because we know in order to buy time to solve this problem, we got to get that shelter. The shelter can't operate at peak all the
Right.
time, and we're really doing everything we can to get that population down.
And these numbers you were presenting, that's for 2024 budget. So, but we're needing money this year's budget also.
If you're going to build her some temporary space, she's going to have to come in at a special meeting and ask for a special allocation in
That's
addition.
that's
to
what I'm
this.
saying.
For,
You're gonna-
for,
you
we
plan
looked-
on
the
doing
first thing
that?
we looked at was about 13,000 for some temporary kennels. And we're now trying to put together a proposal for something that would be a little longer lasting, and hoping it might not cost too much more, but would last longer. And I hope you'll see that soon, but of course, that's not for the 2024 budget. That'll be a special meeting
Okay.
request.
And I hope you'll be using the public information officer duties of Emily to get word out about that event
Yep.
this Saturday.
Yep. I mean,
And the chamber.
We had to throw it together so quickly. We're just basically, it's all
Right.
hands on deck. Everybody tells everybody every way they can think of. We've got it in the paper. We put it on Facebook. We'll use
Yeah,
Emily.
but the chamber has that
Right.
calendar that they just talked about last Monday. So
And we'll use
definitely
Andy
get there.
Grunberger's site. We'll do all kinds of things. We're putting together flyers now. We got all kinds of people agreeing to help us put out the flyers. But it won't be the only event. It'll just be the first one.
What was
And
it?
we're lining up other places that have offered to let us use their large air conditioned space.
What was the total increase you were asking for 2024? I never saw the,
100 and
how much?
120.
119.
One,
I want to say 119.
You had 120 on that sheet.
I think that it was the.
'Cause you said about
We
rounding.
changed the door from the split because Renee agreed on Friday that they would undertake.
I don't
Okay,
think
so
I
not
got the formula to put properly again, but that is exactly right. The split is 6 and the door was 7.
thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hutt, did you want to speak on this or? All right.
I like to speak on the enforcement aspect. And this goes back to Andrew Kane is part owner in the boat lodge, and there was a fire created out back. And it was created by individuals who were squatting on it. And there was a problem they were code violators. And at that time, the code enforcement came out. And that was the first time he wrote them a ticket. And the reason he was able to write them a ticket is because he was with a sheriff's deputy. And he said himself, he feels scared going up to a lot of these things. I think that we should look at going forward at some point, bifurcating the animal care from the dog catcher, and the dog catcher fall under the sheriff's office and be a licensed law enforcement. Because these individuals are put themselves in situations where they're interacting with the public and they're interacting with in a way that they need the authority of a law enforcement. And this also goes with code enforcement. You're asking people to go up to houses and go up to buildings and go up to areas and to do inspections and knock on doors. And there might be dogs, there might be instances. So I think that the current way that we're running enforcement in both code enforcement and animal catchers is it's ineffective. And it's putting those people who are doing it at a disadvantage, both for their safety and for the ability to perform the job.
Are you aware that the animal control officers used to be law enforcement officers and that was changed? What? 14 years ago?
Both at first, it was the city police department, then with the sheriff's department. My assumption is they didn't want it.
Right. I wouldn't either.
So if somebody wants them to go back that direction, they need to be talking to them and convincing them that.
But it needs, the people who do these, I mean, I've seen it myself. We're putting regular people without training, without the ability to protect themselves in dangerous situations all the time. It's not a good situation to do. And so I'd really like in the future, however you go, look at these people being licensed law enforcement.
Thank you.
If I could add, I mean, I think what you may be talking about as a practical matter is a new hybrid form. I mean, we're not talking about asking current members of the sheriff's and police department to become animal control officers, because realistically, they're not going to do that. On the other hand, you can't just hire somebody in an animal shelter and have them be a law enforcement agent. I mean, you may have to find out a way to get the sheriff's office to bring on law enforcement officers who are cross-trained in animal duties. They're an in-betweener.
Thank you. Sir, did you want to speak?
Oh,
okay.
I'm just gonna say, these dogs will be old, but I've taken on an extra 5 dogs just from the shelter there because that's how busy it really is. I've got 8 of them. Yeah.
Oh, wow. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate it.
No, we do thank you. I have 3 rescues of my own, and the only reason I'm not fostering is because then I would have more dogs that I did own. Can't turn them away.
We got an AgriLife extension next, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon.
47.
Am I supposed to tell you stuff or just respond to questions?
On page 47.
If you have things to tell us, go ahead.
Well, that we asked for a $200 increase in cell phone allowance, $200 total. That is not reflected on here for some reason.
No, it's telephone.
It's on the list. Sorry, Amanda was.
For $200 more on the cell phone allowance, you're saying?
On your list of asking for direction.
Because we weren't sure, I wasn't sure where to put it.
Oh, no, you did ask for it in the in your requested budget.
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
No,
I just
it
don't,
isn't.
it's just not on this, this thing.
So the 1,800 would go to 2,000. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that because you, well, I guess I'm interested in that. Is someone else being added on to get a cell phone allowance? Because most cell phone packages now allow unlimited calls.
No, it's just because the prices have gone up.
So is this 200 each or 100 for you, 100 for Megan?
Yeah, it's 100 each. Yeah, just a total of 200 for the year.
What about Patrick?
Yeah, I'm not sure where Patrick falls in here.
That's all I was gonna ask you. He came on, so who pays for his phone?
We did not budget for a cell phone allowance for Patrick. It was never requested, so I'm not sure.
Cause I presumed right now his phone's being paid for from his previous,
Well, he gets paid
Personally.
per part by Texas
right?
A&M.
But I mean, we're gonna have to pick up some of that, right?
So you all. Okay, when you say it's more expensive, do you mean the cell phone plans that you each have become more expensive?
Yes.
Have you
And-
shopped them?
Somewhat.
I know I switched mine to Spectrum and it's about 40% of what it was.
Wow. Yeah, we haven't, I have looked into switching companies, but haven't found it to be favorable yet. I mean, it's my personal phone, you know, my family plan, and then the allowance covers part of it.
But isn't that just what the allowance is supposed to cover, a
Yes.
portion of it?
Portion.
Great.
Because I've had this same result as Commissioner Casterline. I pay a pretty low rate for myself and for my husband's phone, just, you know, across the board.
Is that
And they're all unlimited calls, unlimited texts.
right? Yeah, yeah, we have unlimited calls and
And it's
text. Is your
pretty low
Spectrum
amount.
too?
No.
No.
Yeah.
No, mine's not.
All right, well, do y'all want to leave that on or take it off or?
Well, I think I'd like for them to look around
Look
because
around?
it is
Okay.
an offset to what the cost of your phone is. It's not to
Cover the
cover
whole phone.
what the cost of
Right.
having cell phone
Is
services.
that year-to-date amount on their budget for 6 months, or what is that?
Yes, sir. That is 6 months and one
Pay period.
pay period.
Okay.
So it's not covering the cost. It is, you know, it's an offset.
All right, any other?
I just had a question on the conference and association dues. Does Texas A&M split those costs with the agents?
No, it's always, it's the county, unless it's a A&M sponsored conference, and then they pay the fee, but most of what we're going to is not. I shouldn't say if it's a entire AgriLife extension conference, then they pay it. But if it's like the ag agents go for a training, then we pay that. The county pays that, I should say.
Back to the phone, does the county have a standard allowance they give per phone?
That too it varies across the board. It's different for everybody. Why? I don't know. I don't know how that was set. I don't know who decided those. It's just something that we have carried on.
I think to some extent, the judge and the commissioners court set the amounts.
Because I think that was set in 2010.
It seems like it makes sense that the county's giving you're not paying for the phone, we're actually providing an allowance.
This is just an allowance, yes, sir.
It
So
seems
that
like we should have
18 or theirs is what, 900 a month, I mean, for the year, and that's divided out into the 26 pay periods as a cell allowance on payroll.
It just seems like we should have a standard amount per employee.
Yeah.
at the
Who gets it?
Commissioners Court.
Yeah, not everybody gets the travel.
Or cell phone.
Right.
All right.
I don't
I
know.
see that our telephone has gone up a whole lot.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I don't know why.
For that backup.
Well, I had connectivity issues with animal control, ag life, transfer station, environmental health. But is that part of what's might be going away in February? I'm hoping,
Seems like an outrageous number.
yes.
So we are paying for an AT&T connection, and that is a new connection that has been added into the budget going in. And in addition to the Spectrum connection that is out there now. That is two separate connections to that location. They are both Well, they are a failover for each other.
Oh, right, we talked about this.
And this is an addition that was added that came online sometime this year and it's going forward. So that's why that number is going up because we are paying for a second connection to those locations now.
And that's because animal control kind of has to have that. 'Cause
Animal
we-
control, the
we don't.
transfer station, all of y'all feed off of, y'all's connection comes out of environmental health, that whole
Right.
complex.
But I mean, it's not because we need it, it's because another entity needs it and we're on the same system.
Right. Y'all benefit from it as well. So we of course pass the costs on as well.
Okay. So there's no chance of that, that's not gonna go down.
No,
And that's not going away then.
not unless
shoot.
y'all want, not unless y'all want to give up a backup connection that. And as again, I don't recommend ever giving up our backup connections. And we only have 2 providers in town to really choose from that can do a hard line connection. For the types of services that we actually need at those locations. So there's not something we can really shop around in this area.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
No,
Thank you.
thank you.
I know. Yeah, I know David or Mr. Reed's up, but we're gonna have Miss Oster go. You sure? But you got trials and stuff. You're good. Okay. Come on.
15 to
Good afternoon, Mr. Reed.
Good afternoon. All right. When I pulled up in the parking lot and saw all the cars, I thought they were for this workshop.
You thought you had plenty of time because all those people were in here were budgeting.
So what are we talking about?
We're talking about your budget.
Did you have questions?
Well, I'll mention to a couple of the other department heads that when we started off this morning, there was a conversation about the salary increases in the last few years when it's been, there appears to have been a real abuse of the system. So we're going to be looking at in a future commissioners court as an agenda item, whether we need to change the policy of how it's administered or how many steps can be given without the oversight of the court or something. So I'm just letting you know that as a department, head, not saying that you were one of the abusers. I'm just as an FYI.
Okay.
So that being said,
With that being said, I will say that I think Road and Bridge is underpaid. That's my opinion, but those guys work really hard in extreme weather and circumstances. And they really don't make a lot of money.
and I would say of the different departments where we received a list of what had been given over the last 4 years. And then we just received what's going to be proposed for 2024. You are absolutely correct. You have certainly not abused the system. And I hear a lot of praise for your fellows.
Well, thank you for that. And I'll pass that on. And if I can abuse the system, I would be happy to.
No, don't think about it.
We, you and I had a conversation a couple of times about the public being concerned about safety on the streets, speed limits and things like that.
Correct.
And I know typically there's minimal things we can do other than law enforcement. And we talked also about some locations, which I think would have to take county action, court action. But we had talked about potentially rumble strips or something like that in some areas. And
Right. So first of all, when 90% of the people that come in with a problem with speeders up and down the street, they want to put up a stop sign. That's the go-to. Stop signs are really not traffic control devices like that. They're not for speed control. If somebody's speeding, they're breaking the law. Specifically, the last incident that we talked about, the last location, I went out there and I really didn't see that there was a problem as long as everybody was going the speed limit. Now, lowering the speed limit isn't going to make anybody go slower. They're going to still speed. They're just going to have a bigger ticket if they get caught. The ER has always been against speed bumps, saying that it interfered with them. I think rumble strips are less invasive and probably more acceptable, but I haven't talked to ER about that, if rumble strips is still a problem or not. Did you have that conversation?
I haven't. I was
Yeah.
trying to get on with Carl, but I hadn't talked to him.
Okay.
So I had that conversation with them one time and they asked me, how big a bump would you want to hit when you were getting an IV and ambulance?
Right.
So that's kind of what.
Yeah.
Or when the guy was trying to give you an IV and he hit either one of them, a rumble strip or a
Right.
speed bump, either
Sure.
one. You can imagine what's gonna happen. He's got that needle in his hand.
Yes, and I'm not saying that I want rumble strips. I'm saying it's probably a better choice if Commissioner's Court wants to do that. Now,
David, could you help me educate me what ER is?
emergency
Response.
Thank you.
Sorry. Where was I?
You aren't opposed to them depending?
I'm not opposed to them philosophically, whether that's still a problem or not, that's a question for those people, the first responders. If it's still a problem, it's still a problem. However, it is a cost associated with that. And you can't do it on one street. Everybody's going to want it. Or not every street in the county, but every residential street, every place that has lots of smaller lots and lots of people live in, they all have concerns about the traffic speed. So, that's money. They're cheaper than speed bumps, but there's still a cost associated with them. There's a cost associated with maintenance of the road that has the rumble strips, because they'll have to be removed, the street maintained, rumble strips be put back. I mean, it's a cost. Give me some direction. What do y'all want to do?
Maybe it's a issue for law enforcement to have more patrols or more of a presence out in those.
Actually,
Chief Brooks just left.
Why, yes, they knew you're fixing that.
I did have conversations with the sheriff's department about that also, and also one thing we did talk about, like David said, really, from the engineering standpoint, stop signs aren't really the answer.
No.
And potentially putting the rumble strips are not necessarily the best answer either.
Right. And we've talked about putting those speed signs, the flashing.
That's what
message
we're
or-
looking at. doing.
And maybe that does some good. I don't know, but maybe it's worth a try since the sheriff's department has a couple of them already.
I know the sheriff's office told me they've increased patrols out there on Rattlesnake Point Road quite a bit. And there are still people complaining because some people just can't resist to go over the speed limit.
That's true. We have way too many straight, long roads.
Guys, thanks for bringing it up. I wanted to just
Sure.
share a little bit about the discussion we had. There's a couple locations, actually around off of Rattlesnake Road in that area, then back in Lamar, a couple locations where there are longer roads, people are concerned about the speeders.
Mm.
And concerned about safety of kids, especially on weekends and things like that.
So I tried to not raise my budget very much. No, I did raise it some. I was trying to keep it under control. That was my directive. The things we do cost money. The things we buy cost more money today than they cost yesterday, and will cost more tomorrow. Probably, who knows? But I did assume that there would be an increase on road materials. There always has been. I think there will continue to be. Do you have any specifics, line items you want to talk about?
Well, I don't know if you and I visited about this, but under special projects,
Special projects.
it was decreased by 25,000. This year it was budgeted at 50, and then next year you're projecting 25. And to date, you spent a little over 11,000. And if you could explain what you thought might be in those special projects?
Special projects is when things come up, and they do come up, that we need to get fixed in a timely manner. And we don't have anything budgeted for that specific, not a planned project, but a project that just happens for whatever reason. A few years ago, we had over on Egri Island Road, the bank, which is a good 10 feet above the water there along the water, started washing out, and it gotten to within about 5 feet of the roadway, and it needed to get fixed before that road was gone. That was a special project. We had some money to do that, so we were able to fix that.
Is there money in your budget to make repairs to Old Salt Lake Road? And then also part of Sage Brush where the
Yeah,
damage is being done right now?
we were going to do those repairs. We'll do those repairs, although I think the GLO is leaning towards giving us money with that same grant to fix those roads that have taken a beating during construction.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
So will that money come out of just the surplus we might have?
yes, they're not giving us extra money. They're
They're just
just,
letting us use it for that.
yes.
So Salt Lake Road and what road?
Salt Lake and
Sagebrush,
Sagebrush and Allen M Parks.
that's where those detours
That's
are
the
all.
detour.
Yeah.
We'll probably still have to spend county money doing that. I think the contractor gave us a price to rebuild the roads up to the surface, and we'd come back and do the seal coat, which is not too expensive. We'll have the money for that.
Yeah, we had talked one time about St. Charles Bay parking lot,
Mhm.
and there's concern about washouts in there.
Right,
And you said we might have to do some core
right.
drilling. Would you have money in the budget for that?
I didn't put that specifically in this budget. I probably could find money to do that. It's not a real big expense to do that. We're talking a few thousand, not tens or 20,000.
Okay.
Now, the parking lot would be a big expense.
But I think we should still, like we talked about earlier, we should try to make that legal to use hot dogs.
The venue? To use it for
Can't
the
be
venue?
venue because it has to be voted on, have to be hot. dogs
Oh, okay.
to- I mean, tourists are using it. It seems
I
to be a
agree.
logical use for that money, and then he could just do whatever we could transfer into that, or hopefully keep from spending your.
Fine with me.
Mm.
Wherever you can find the money, I'll spend it.
All right, girls, get to work.
For
He's always coming asking for, if we got a pot somewhere for him.
for,
Anyone but the main one that my money goes into.
for line 580, you got 350,000. I'm sorry, 350,000. What
What line item is that?
Machinery and equipment?
what do you anticipate, or is that just in case something breaks down?
Well, that's kind of in case something breaks down. There's nothing specific. I know right now we need a new water truck.
Mhm.
We'll probably be coming to the court at some point, trying to figure out where to find that money when I find one and find out how much it cost. There's Lionel has a long wish list of equipment he'd like to have. 350,000 won't fill
Yeah.
that up, but $350,000 is not a big number for the equipment that we use.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that could be one piece of equipment, or it could be 3/4 of a piece of equipment.
Are you needing that water truck now? What projects would you put it on?
I need it when I build roads.
Okay.
We're not building roads right now, but this fall is when we do that.
Okay.
So I would need it pretty soon.
So do we have one and you'd be replacing it, or we don't even have one?
We have one that we need to replace.
Now you're focused on seal coating roads.
Right. And the new equipment that we have for seal coating, the chip spreader that we got last year is great.
Doing
Oh,
great-
thank
That's doing a
you.
great job.
I was afraid you were going to say something.
No. We can do the entire road in one pass without having to go back and forth. So it's great. What else?
Well, I think there are some folks from the country club who have some items they want to discuss.
Okay. So do you want me to talk about this or wait till Adelaide talks about it?
She's pointing.
Is this gonna be under flood or road and bridge?
Yeah,
I don't know.
What department might it be funded out of?
it's all the same. So I would think that if the court wants to give money to the city to do repairs, drainage work in the country club, that probably needs to come out of the general fund. Road and bridge money is for road and bridge, it's for the county. Now, y'all make those choices. But there may be some legal aspects of spending road and bridge money that's not on county road and bridge. When we do work for the city, they pay us to do that work for the city. And, if we can help facilitate getting projects done, I don't care where they are, they're I'm not saying these are bad projects. These are great projects. There's a lot of great projects out there that we need to do.
All right.
So when you say, if we do projects for the city pays back the road and bridge fund.
Correct.
Okay. And since there was an allusion to the flood control, under special projects there, you've reduced that from 100,000 down to 50,000.
Right. In an effort to maintain the budget, I reduced it. I could easily spend 100,000 or 200,000 in both special projects, road and bridge and flood control. There's a lot of things out there. I have a long list of projects that are worthwhile to do. I try to wait for grants to get some of them done, sometimes we can't wait. Sometimes we can at least get the construction drawings done with the money we have for special projects, like we did at Bahia Bay. We were able to do that project and have it shelf ready until a grant came up. So that worked out well.
So this isn't really a reduction based on lack of projects
No,
that could be done.
no, it's just a reduction based on lack of tax revenue,
Okay.
foreseen tax revenue. Okay,
Thank you, Dave.
I'll hang around.
Adelaide Marlatt. I live at 456 Augusta. I'm one of those country club people, and I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed. Is there a state regulation that money that is collected by the county tax cannot be used inside city limits?
I'm not
It
aware.
says you have to have an interlocal to do.
What?
You have to have an interlocal agreement to do it. I don't know the whole, I don't remember. There is a.
Okay, well, there are some projects that are being worked, but they all seem to be directed toward new development. And we are a 40-year-old drainage system. And the city has spent considerable on the drainage system, but it's not done. We have some very significant, not in dollar amount, but importance to make that system work. And we have a lot of people depending on it. There are 3 different legs to it. They always told me a 3-legged stool in the tax base in Aransas County and the city of Rockport. This subdivision and area is one of them. If it doesn't hold fast and strong and well thought of, and the story gets around about drainage, it will be felt in the tax base. We look at this, it could very easily include some money. It could include some service in kind, because the taxes that people are paying this year have gone up considerably. I don't know what will finally end up shake out with the numbers, but I ran some in Whistler's Cove, 15.3%. I didn't run Country Club because there's the exemptions associated with it, so many. But I would ask that we think about this, David. You and I go a long way back. Is there a state regulation that says we don't want the help? I thought this might work because Ms. Russo asked me to get some things, the list that we had to David. And I guess there just wasn't time to do any calculations and things like that. David said his budget was done months ago. And perhaps we walk away. But I still don't have the answer to my question.
What does the city say, Ms. Marletta? I mean, I know you've gone to the city and talked to them about doing it, because they've never said anything to us about what you're talking about. And that's what it would take for us to consider doing it, is for the city to.
I don't disagree with
come
that,
to us.
Leslie. It is just that I've been on council myself. I know how budgeting works in many, many organizations. And that's why I'm here at budget time. We can get the city, we are meeting with the engineer to start getting some engineering costs, but it just is not enough time. Time is not always your friend. So it's your decision. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If I don't ask, there is no way for you to consider it.
Well, David and I have certainly had conversation or two about this. I'm not sure I share the philosophy. I respect David immensely, and he's
I
very
do too.
knowledgeable,
Let's
but
get that on the table.
but I don't necessarily believe that the county taxes should only go to pay for things in the county, because the people who live in the city or in the town also pay into the county. So if things are necessary within the city and the county could help with those, I think we have an obligation to do that. As far as having conversations, and I certainly haven't committed us to anything, I don't have the authority and I would never assume to. But I know that the new city manager is very interested in working with the county on several projects, and that they would put money in on whatever those projects might be, and we didn't have a list. And then if the city starts to run shy.
Time's up, time's up.
I only have a couple minutes left.
She's talking.
That then the county would step up and address that. And that's some of the conversations that have gone on in that stormwater and floodplain meeting too.
You know,
But nothing specific. But I am not of the opinion that county money cannot go to repair things in the city.
you know, that's another thing. A lot of people in the cities and the town think they get no benefit from the county our county jail, our whole system, our government system, they're paying for that also. Everybody's benefited for some of more things. It's just like, if you're out of the county, you don't get any benefit from the city paying for any of your streets. I mean, there's certain territories you take care of. And I'll be first to admit, people in the country club, place like that pay a lot in taxes, but a lot of that money goes also to supporting other things in the county that we take for, we do take for granted. People drive county roads. You've got your legal system again, some of your fire protection, which we're very fortunate. The county, if any place is short funded, it's our fire departments from the way we support we don't support them in the county like the city does. So, I mean, there's only so much money you have, and I understand what you're saying, but I just want to get out there. The city is benefiting from their county taxes. They're not just paying taxes and not getting any benefits. I know you understood. I just want to put that out there.
We appreciate that. And it is a very complex mix, but road and bridge and drainage is very important to Aransas County
Oh,
because
yeah.
there's such a flat.
That's a real problem. You're exactly right. Drainage is the real problem in the city. It's a real problem all through the county. And that's something we actually have to get our hand around. And I don't know how we're going to do it. David's on the right track, I think, with the committee that you've been attending those meetings too.
Oh, I've been attending those meetings since
Forever.
2010. And this is 23.
I think what Commissioner Castleline was trying to say, like, I'm not saying against it, but I think what he's trying to say is, like, we haven't met with the city. There's not a bona fide project, like we need X amount of dollars and we could agree to budget it.
We did present something.
Well, we haven't met with the city. I haven't met with the city, but it would be, people share, the county share. Can you cover this amount of money? So that we could put it towards an actual project rather than just saying 250,000 and then y'all figure out what to do with it. It just.
Well, there were two accounts, special projects in two different places. Could you go back and increase that so that that money is sitting there? Because if there's no money sitting any place, it's very difficult to come even and say, here is a project that we need some help with.
Like I said, we
Well,
don't
really,
have a
it's like
price.
if we
Yeah.
do roads for them, they sent us. I mean, the city proposes I mean, of course, they're paying for it in that deal. They're paying for it in there in the local, but that's the thing that seems strange to me is, if the city wanted us to help them,
They would ask.
it just surprises me that they haven't said anything to us at all. I mean, they could ask and we could say no, but they're nowhere to be seen. And
I am here.
I realize that, but
Yes, I understand, buddy. I don't know that I have ever seen the city come to a budget meeting with the county, but
well, it wouldn't have to be at a budget meeting. They just have to call David up and said, hey, we want to try to get you to help us on this drainage project,
okay.
but we haven't seen any of that.
The process is new. I thought the first process was to get the money set up someplace, special projects.
Sure. And I'm happy for y'all to put more money in my special projects. Whatever you can do, that'd be great. As far as city, county money being spent in the city, that is my understanding, Commissioner Russo. I am not an attorney. By all means, please verify that with Amanda or Jen or somebody. And maybe that gives me some more flexibility if that's true. I don't know. That's my understanding.
I don't know either.
But and I did want to point out that I have talked to each of you at some point about the idea of having a special drainage, I'm going to say district, for lack of a better word, that deals with drainage problems throughout the community, whether it's in the county or the city. and the city and the county and the NAV district and Fulton all contribute to the cost of this, I think that is a very workable solution. I think that gives who's ever in charge of that the ability to see cut problems in the country club or Key Allegro or Lamar and tackle them one by one as they come up. I don't know how we make this work, but I think it's worthwhile.
Thanks, Stephen.
One of the things we've been talking about is a time of cooperation. I know that sounds like a good thing, and I would not say whether I was for it or not, but I question whether we need to have another whole level of government administration to help cooperate in some of these areas. It's on your table. Do what you need to do.
This doesn't have to be another level of government. Depends on how we set this up. Maybe it's just with interlocal agreements, maybe it's an extension of road and bridge, but something that gives me or somebody in this position the ability to tackle projects that are inside the city as well as outside the city. One other thing I didn't mention in my budget, do we have more? I got 30 minutes.
I still got Amanda over there.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Should have gone first. So one other issue is I am 66. I am not planning on retiring just yet, but it's crossing my mind. I'm
During budget hearing, you're crossing your mind.
when I saw that parking lot was full, it crossed my mind. It would not be a bad idea to get another engineer involved in road and bridge and drainage to be able to step in when I do leave. And while I'm not planning on retiring, I haven't got any timeline. My friends I went to high school with are dying on me. And I've gone through a lot in the last 6 years. So
You'll just wake up one day and say, time.
Or
because they quit working.
or I won't wake up one day.
Yeah. Wake up. Well,
Just saying.
Thanks, Stephen.
And just for the commissioners, I do support that idea of it being extension of road and bridge with you having like number 2 solely in charge is just dealing with flooding issues and have the authority to call the shots in the city, county, wherever.
I agree.
So, but I think it should be under you. That's my 2 cents. Thank you, sir. Yes. Miss Amanda, can we go on a 5-minute break, please? Okay. We're gonna go on a 5-minute break. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
It's gonna take that right, Joe.
I know. Hey, when Colin started talking. Colin started talking, like, I got time.
Our county attorney.
County Attorney, Ms. Oster.
Okay, where would you like to start?
Well, does this proposed include the new attorney that you talked about?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, it does. The only other addition in the variance and salary would be a one-step increase for the other employees. I don't do my evaluations till closer in time to the end of the year. Just because people's performance can vary throughout the year. So I don't find it to be really pertinent to do evaluations until it's closer in time to whether or not I decide if they do in fact get a step increase.
And were you here when I was mentioning to David that that's going to be under discussion about how the current policy allows 3 steps at one time and it's been abused in some departments?
Yes, and I don't believe I've ever given more than 2 steps to any person at once.
I don't believe you have either.
Just to know that salary increases are going to be
Yeah.
under the microscope for a while.
I understand. Do you have any other questions about this? I've tried to, obviously, there was some learning curve coming into the office, trying to determine, how much money I actually needed to budget for things like postage and things of that nature. So you'll see that over the years, I've kind of gone down on some specific items. We've also tried to move more towards sending more items over the internet, by email or Dropbox, so that we're not using as much postage. We can send a lot of things to attorneys online, so we don't have to actually put it in the mail. A lot of our other things, like our conference, the conferences we go to, we do pay for them, but a lot of them we get reimbursed for. Maybe not 100% of it, but 70-80% of what we pay, we do get reimbursed for.
By whom?
By the state.
Okay.
So we fill out all that paperwork and we send it off and it gets reimbursed to the county. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. I don't think it gets reflected back in our budget. It goes into the general fund.
Correct.
So,
Into a revenue line, yes.
so you might not see it here. But a lot of the things that we get reimbursed just goes back into the county funds.
Oh, that might be helpful to know.
Because we do go to.
Because it's really overstating the amount.
Right, because there are a number of things that we get reimbursed for throughout our entire budget that don't get reflected on this particular piece of paper that we're looking at. A lot of the travel costs for whenever we bring victims of witnesses here, our victim assistance coordinator fills out forms and those get reimbursed by the state, like we pay airfare. We've had to fly people here from Florida and Alaska and things like that, and we pay for hotel while they're here to testify. And almost all of that gets reimbursed to the county directly, so it gets put into our budget, but almost all of that gets reimbursed. So. And there is a telephone line item. That's not a payment to us or any of my employees directly, though. That's for actual telephone cost. I heard you talking to someone about that earlier.
I had a question about that, though. You don't have a cell phone allowance for your employees?
We don't have a cell phone allowance. We have some people have actual phones, not everybody in the office, but like the attorneys have an actual cell phone, which I don't particularly enjoy having.
That the county provides?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I can
So would
understand
you
why.
want to change that or?
I don't want it.
I'd be happy to close that account. It wasn't one I established. It was done by your predecessors.
You can
I
close
mean,
it.
from legal aspect, I can understand that. Yeah.
Well, all the officers just use my cell phone number anyway. And so one of the things I am asking for is another attorney. The attorneys in my office obviously are all salaried employees and we all work a lot. We're still not getting everything done, though. We've spent the past 2.5 years playing catch up. And we are accomplishing quite a bit, but we are working a lot. We are fielding phone calls all hours of the night, 2 o'clock in the morning. Almost every weekend. Like talking on the phone while I'm eating dinner with my kids on their birthdays. Like we are working a lot. So if you have any questions about that, I would be happy to answer. Do you have any?
Even if you had another attorney, you probably still get all these phone calls.
Yes,
You would.
but we can share the love a little bit.
So I'm not sure that I was done with the concept of the telephones. If you don't want them and he says he can get rid of them, is that an expense we can eliminate from this budget?
At least mine. Some of the employees do use them, like our victim assistance coordinator, because she talks to victims on her work cell phone.
Okay.
And does not want those victims to have her personal cell phone number.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
The only people that I talk to on my personal cell phone are like detectives, police officers and things like that. And it does not bother me to let them have my personal cell phone number. Because I was carrying both, and carrying 2 cell phones just gets kind of out of hand. So
Can't
So-
escape them.
So can we have a reduction in the telephone line item?
I think Colin kind of does the math on that, so I don't know how much that will impact it, but I'm sure it will impact at least a little bit.
It won't impact it much. I think the bottom line for the entire year would, for a single line, I think it's at 20 or 30 a month for a single line. So add that up to a year.
250 or?
Yeah, because
350?
we got rid of a
Bucks.
couple of lines already a couple of years ago, whenever we first started. Because we had more lines than we needed to begin with. But I'd be happy to get rid of as many lines as we need to. But a few people in my office do use their work cell phone to talk to civilians, which would be appropriate, because the general public should not have our personal cell phone numbers.
Right.
And we have some workarounds for that if we wanted to.
Right.
Get rid of all of them, and they could use a particular app to talk to civilians without giving out their personal number. So.
Yeah.
But I think if you're willing and your staff members are willing, then I would like to get rid of those that we can and keep the ones that we need.
I agree. And I will
I
ask.
mean, even if it's 250 or 350 a year, if there are a few of them, it's still maybe $1,000 or something.
Yeah, I have no problem. I will ask everybody else, and if we can get rid of 2 or 3, I have no problem with that.
Okay.
So you were talking about the backlog. Have you got any idea, the ones that were here when you got here, how many are still left or?
I probably couldn't tell you as to charged cases, but Judge Garza might be included on the emails, but we get an email every single week on our completeness percentage of cases prior to 2021. And those completeness levels are 90%. And so everything prior to 2021, we are 90% closed. And I believe it was in April, I looked at every single felony case that had not yet been charged for the year 2020 and prior, 2021 and prior. That was still in our office, which is about 2 filing cabinets full.
Oh my gosh.
And I looked at every single one of them in the span of about 3 weeks to decide what we were going to do with them. So I looked at them for numerous reasons. Did we have newer cases on the same person? Was this person still alive? Was this person already in prison? Did we have enough evidence for these particular cases to move forward? And picked which ones we should move forward on and which ones we shouldn't move forward on. Obviously, if they're deceased, we don't need to go forward on those. If they're already in prison for a significant amount of time, maybe we don't need to go forward on those cases, things like that. So we've now reviewed every single one of those cases. And to put it in perspective, there are other counties that are much larger than ours that have like rooms and rooms and rooms of cases who have never been charged. And whenever we got here, there were like maybe 5 or so filing cabinets full of felonies that were not charged.
When you say not charged, me indicted?
Correct.
Okay.
And now we have about 1 filing cabinet or 1.5 filing cabinets that are not indicted. So we are working in the right direction. We're not perfect, obviously, but what we've been
So-
trying to do is indict the older cases and the newer cases and kind of work our way to the middle. So if you see the indictments like listed in the newspaper, you'll see some newer cases and some older cases. And we do that for a couple of different reasons. The newer cases, if they're in custody, we have so many days to get them indicted, or else they're entitled to a lower bond or a personal cognizance bond, which means they'll get out of jail without posting a bond potentially. So if it's a dangerous case or dangerous person, we want to get them indicted so they're not freely roaming around the county. So we're kind of working on getting that accomplished.
I think I mentioned last time, it's important that you stay above that 90%, otherwise you lose the reimbursement grants or funding from all these different sources.
Right, and a lot of those grants, most of those grants have absolutely nothing to do with our department, but a lot of grants that have to do with like road and bridge and things of that nature are tied to the completeness percentage of our cases. And why the state set it up that way, I don't really know, but that is the way they have set it up. And if we don't keep our numbers over 90%, then the county can lose that grant funding for a lot of things all throughout the county that really have nothing to do with our criminal justice
Okay.
program. So it's important to us to make sure that we keep that number up every year. And
So that other attorney gets in this.
Yes, sir.
yes, that's why there's that 122,000. That includes the potential one-step increase for the current employees and 1 additional attorney. That would be in the same pay group that my felony attorney Jacqueline's currently in, who would potentially be carrying the same workload that she's carrying. She and I are currently the only attorneys that handle felonies, but as most of you probably know, I do numerous other things while she mostly just handles felonies, which is a very important job. I don't want to say just, but that is her main work, is to handle felonies. And we could potentially have more trials and get more accomplished, which is our main goal always, to move cases forward. Does anyone have any other questions about this main budget? No.
Oh, man.
Okay. Which one do you want to talk about next?
Library, page 100.
Oh, no, I think you're done. Like,
Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Oh, she's got-
No, I have like 4, but
she's got like
Okay.
four.
I don't get off that
Yeah,
easy.
she has a law library. I thought that's what you meant. I'm
oh,
sorry.
okay. So are we going to 100?
Page
Okay,
100,
that's
yes, ma'am.
fine. We'll do that one. Okay, I mean, there's not much to talk about the law library. We're completely electronic. The only increase is because they changed how much our subscription costs. We didn't change our subscription at all. It's the same as it is with Westlaw. Westlaw wants us to pay more money, so that's how much it costs.
Do you have in the new courthouse, do you have a place for the law library?
No.
Okay.
Uh,
I'm going through my head thinking, I don't think I saw a place.
I mean, so I need to talk to the county library, I guess. if they have any space for a computer.
Oh, she's right there.
There she is right back.
You don't have any space for us to put a computer? Okay, well, I don't know. Guess we'll sort it out later.
Trying to see if I can get rid of what we have. Up to date.
Yeah, I mean, the physical books that we currently have are gonna be outdated. They were too expensive to continue to buy physical books that frankly, no one looked at anyway. So where we will put a computer, I don't know. I mean, there's a conference room right outside our office, maybe there, maybe in the hallway, I don't know. But we can't just have people willy-nilly walking into our office. We don't have a waiting room in our office in the new courthouse, so.
Is that the computer that when you now walk up to the desk and talk to Christy or Sabrina or someone, it's over on the right hand? Is that the one that uses the Westlaw?
Correct.
Okay. And so you'll need some similar setup.
Right, it doesn't take up very much space at all. So it does, and it doesn't really require any privacy per se. It can only access the Westlaw online, so you can't peruse anything inappropriate. Frankly, not very many people ever use it, but it does need to be accessible to the public so that they can look anything up if they choose to.
Because actually putting it in the library seems to be a reasonable.
So can the computer be used for anything to do with the library?
Right now, Colin has it set up where it just has the main page where you can search directly in Westlaw. Like you can't go to other websites, you can't do anything else with it.
Well, what I was thinking is if Iris could find a place for it, probably easier if it was set up where it could do some library function.
Like it's, yeah, right now it's just. Okay. That could be a discussion with Colin, because right now it's really just a computer. The main screen is just like a search function directly to Westlaw. My only thought with it going into the library is just because it's open to the public.
Right.
It has more public hours than the courthouse has.
And people go there to research things.
People go there to research things. It's literally just a computer, so it doesn't occupy a bunch of space. Those books occupy a ton of space. But we'll have to find some place to donate the books to. But since they'll be out of date, they won't be that
Where are the
useful.
books at now? Are they
They're in my waiting
They're
room.
in y'all's office?
Yes. You can
Why
have
would
them.
somebody want them if they're outdated?
I don't know, because they're pretty.
They
Pretty?
look official. I mean, someone could still use them to sort of educate themselves.
Sure.
But the law books is essentially that Westlaw subscription.
Right. That's really all the costs are. It's like a monthly subscription that we pay. We have a different Westlaw subscription in my office budget, which is more expensive because we use a lot more functions for our office and we have a lot more users. So this is just for one user agreement. And we just pay a monthly fee. Seems to be working fine, especially since, like I said, people don't come in and really use it. Maybe they'll be less intimidated if it's in a more public space than right there in front of my office. If you're a defendant, you probably wouldn't be so inclined as to come sit in my waiting room and look things up for your case.
Yeah. Seems like a good idea.
Although they might be worried you had another warrant for them though. when they
Yeah.
slipped in.
Some people find me intimidating.
Okay, so then 106, is that the forfeiture fund?
Yeah, page 106, yes. Okay. So I didn't change anything on here since our last discussion.
Well, and I think you told us last time, that money here can't be spent in advance of the receipt of the funds.
Correct. So it's all just like a hypothetical wish list.
Okay.
I hope to purchase our investigator's car by the end of the year, which is why that line item for next year is cleared. And the only thing I added for next year is some money for funds to buy furniture when we move into the new courthouse. I'm assuming I will need like a conference table for our conference room, some chairs. That's kind of my desire, is to be able to purchase that. I don't know how much those cost. And then the only other fund I have is the pretrial intervention fund. I didn't make any changes there since the last time we were here either. We moved the lines that they were on since last year. Simply because the auditors, they asked me to, I don't know.
The CDA supervision to the intervention diversion. That's what was moved.
They just asked me to put it on the different line item. I don't know
Yes,
why.
I think we had them a bit confused in the beginning. So we did get some clarification from Amanda. Now the budget numbers are in the right spot. We just can't get rid of that line since there has been activity prior. Yeah.
Right. So all that happens here is when defendants are placed on pretrial diversion, they pay a pretrial diversion fee, an amount of $500. It gets put into this fund, and then that money gets paid to the probation office. We don't keep any of the money. It all gets paid to the probation office for supervising them on their pretrial diversion.
So it's just clearing account essentially.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Any questions about any of the numerous things that I just talked about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you, Amanda.
Thanks.
Keep up the
Uh,
great work.
Iris, library,
Oh, don't worry. We're not.
88.
Them pull them back.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I haven't done very many changes on the budget. I think the only major changes were in step increases.
And have you heard that we're going to be addressing that as a commissioner's court? Because of the current policy that's in the handbook has been abused.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. I hope I'm not one of the ones, but I know.
Pretty sure you're at the bottom of the list.
I have no question.
No questions. No.
That's it, just in the salaries is the
Yeah.
only increase. And then just 1,000 for books added to the books.
All done?
That's it.
That's all
That was
Colin.
Colin, okay. Okay.
All right,
Okay, and
thank
that's it.
you.
Mhm.
Colin said he's gonna rename that line item.
What line item?
The telephone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I didn't
Gonna
put that
name it
in. so-
Colin.
Thank you, Iris.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
So when will we know if it's been okay or not okay?
What's okay?
Before the end of the year. Actually, before we vote on the final budget, I mean, we can't make a decision. We can just kind of talk about it now, but we can't have an agenda item to vote on it because this isn't.
But I
meeting.
think she's more talking about the step.
Oh, I thought she was talking about the steps, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I am, the steps.
But those are salary increases.
Yes, those are set. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And on the law books, I do have, I think one's forms and the other one is something else. But if they're out of date, we'll need to do something with those. And I'm willing to have a computer, but also with internet access, if we can have that. Instead of just having a computer with law book access, it won't do any good. That's just taking up space there. Okay, and also on a,
So Colin could probably, I mean, if she can buy a computer to be at the library,
Well, she has.
yes,
From-
and it has internet
but it
access, I'll
comes,
take
it
it.
comes.
We
it's
could
paid
take
for
the
done.
the current lockdown off that machine and just put an icon to the law library on the existing machine and move it to the library.
Yeah.
Right now, it's just a program that's locking it down to that specific site. We could take that off of there and open it up if we
I told you
need.
he could take care of it.
But not to have people go in and stream movies or something. on it.
Right.
Okay,
Well, whatever they can do at the library.
well, I don't know if they can do that.
Maybe
I
she
hope they
lets them
can.
watch, okay.
Oh, well,
She doesn't give them enough
No,
time to sit at the computer to
no,
watch
they-
movies. so.
it'll be the same as what we have on our internet computers right now,
Which is like your library catalog and.
the internet access ones.
Put a sign
We have-
up that says law library.
They have security and,
Would be.
and no, the internet access ones have security. So,
Do you have microfiche
no, we do not.
machine? Okay.
We were just wondering if you had like copies of all of the old Rockport pilots in there.
No.
We're
I
talking
do
about the
not.
clip that Mike.
I
wrote.
have talked to Mike about having them done on disc, but that hasn't.
Well, he had a bunch of them done, but I think he's hoarding them probably.
No, I do not. Mm-mm. I just don't have the room for 'em.
Okay.
No, I just keep the papers for a year and that's about it. That's about it. So, one other thing that I did want to mention, when they were talking about, Road and Bridge was talking about local agreements and things like that. We have had a problem with parking sometimes when we have programs during the summer. The law enforcement side happens to be the city. And they use the library parking. And when we have programs during the summer,
So how
it's
big a
hard finding
sign
a
do
parking
you-
space.
How big a sign do you have on your parking?
We don't
I
have,
don't think there is one.
there isn't one. We don't have, it's
And you
it's
need one of
always been
those that
library.
says tollway zone.
Well,
Yeah, I saw that this weekend. I went by and it looked like the code enforcement officers, they park.
yes.
And I was like, they should park near the other side so that there's more room for the library.
Sometimes we could use every parking space.
Yeah.
The library is open to taking donations from the city if that's the case.
It might be just either visiting with Vanessa or with Greg Stevens,
Okay.
just to say, you know, your officers need to use other parking and this is the library's parking.
I just say, get one of those towing way signs that you see at businesses, that put library parking.
The police.
Well, I don't have parking meters, but Renee said I can't put parking meters there. So,
No, don't.
They get towed away, they get towed away one time, they pay attention, they're not above the law. Sometimes you have to show it to them,
Other than that, commissioners, that's it.
get it,
The judge.
put that sign up there and get your Facebook Live out.
And I put you know,
Got shame them a little bit.
hold down and then they put in money and it goes up and then they go in and,
Yeah, that might be,
you know.
you
the
make
patients can
people's
get it taken
library
off the
cards.
lines.
there.
All right. Well,
Good
thank
luck.
you.
Good luck with that, Iris.
We got Doc Thomas here, Constable.
I don't think, did anybody have any questions?
This morning, it ran longer than I thought.
Oh, you're fine. I know we looked at Doc's
I don't know that you.
Oh, okay. page 29.
Page 29.
Oh, yeah, I don't think we had any questions over it.
Same budget as last year. We increase on anything.
Good to me.
Well, you're good then. Yeah.
All righty. And I'd be happy to totally have the code enforcement cards towed from there.
Well, I've seen police cars in there too.
Yeah.
They're,
And
but I still think you need to have one of those signs made, library parking tollways on it.
Go put some boots on them, put boots on the cars.
So we gotta have a chance to talk about that. I
Kevin,
mean, I understand.
Stroud.
it's not
yeah,
Good week, but I have real concerns about his training. You know, the fact that he wants himself and his assistant to go to the same conference, ran a part-time employee. And it's, I mean, it's a high.
Can we close the meeting?
yes. Oh, well. Yes, we're going to close the
Well,
meeting.
If
Unless
nobody had
Commissioner
any
Rousseau
other
had-
questions,
Right. I was just asking the judge for Kevin Stroud, since he's out of town this week, I was just asking when we'll have him in to address, but maybe we can just tack that on to one of our commissioner court meetings once he comes back. Is that how we're gonna do it?
Yeah.
We
Well, I
normally
thought
have
we
these
were-
are we having another meeting next Monday?
Yes.
You know,
Yeah,
every-
a regular commissioner court though, aren't we?
Yeah, regular commission.
They're all regular commissioners.
We have in August, we have them every Monday.
Right. Those I have on my calendar.
Because of, no, yeah, not just the normal Mondays, but every.
Right. It was
That's
just this
because of
one I
budget
didn't.
and-
Is John Strotman supposed to meet with us about anything? I saw his name.
His name was on there, but I'll get with them if not. I mean. He had jury duty. I think he's playing catch up as well.
Okay.
But, all right, we'll go ahead and close this, or do I have a motion?
I don't know if we need a motion, do we? Do we need a motion to, oh.
I would say yes, because you
I
opened the
move
meeting.
we adjourn the
second.
workshop.
Aye.
All right, I'll,
Commissioner Castelline,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick,
Aye.
Judge Garza.
hi, thank you.
And then we're
Thank you.
coming in tomorrow at 8.
At 8?